1, 2. All right. Can you hear me? Yes. Nice. Nice. So, are we good to go? Yeah. All right. So first presentation of the day. How are you? Like last night events. Like super cool. Super cool. I salute you who survived because it was tough evening. So let's talk a little bit about Web3. Like, shall we? What's the first word that comes to the non-Web3 user when they start using Web3 and in particular NFT experience? First word is probably frustration. Because, you know, any front-end developers here? Back-end developers, just developers? So, big problem with Web3 is that in Web2, non-crypto, non-NFT world, we have a lot of stuff. And according to Google, if your page loads less than 3 seconds, you will be bounce rate increases on 32%, which is a lot. And the whole Web2 world is full of optimizations. We have a lot of stuff there for front-end developers. We did, and I am a front-end developer in the past, we did a lot of stuff to compensate delays, sub-milliseconds delays, just to, this stuff should work fast. And yeah, there are like Google Lighthouse metrics, and your page should be almost near real time. Otherwise, your users, you will lose them. But in Web3, for some reason, we see this. I hate Halloween because I had skeletons, and those are skeletons. So every time Web2 user who is not native to Web3, who is not native to NFTs, every time they load something that is super slow, they just want to throw the computer away because it doesn't work. And why it happens? Because actually Web3 blockchain, we paying for the decentralization, we're paying for distribution. There is no one big server who sends you the data in milliseconds. There are plenty of nodes, and this is a trade-off that we have. We have pretty slow experience for user, and that's kind of not good. And how to solve this problem? You may ask. Well, actually, this problem solved 20 years ago. If you remember something like that, this is like pre-Web 3, pre-Web 2 stuff. And back in the days when user asked server, hey, can you give me this picture? If the experience wasn't smooth and we had a really bad connection and user wasn't happy, everything was red, what we did back in the days, it was quite simple. You just have CDNs, you put servers close to the clients, and you're good to go. So you need your content to be as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Web3, and in particular NFT, we will talk about this today, we don't have it like that. Because chains are, L3 chains, of course, are pretty quick, but other chains are not so quick. And we need something to compensate this delay, this decentralization. And we need some engineering solution to make your NFTs work fast. What's that? It's, of course, Indexer. So, my name is Evgeny Kot. I'm VP of Engineering in Rarible. And let's talk about indexers. First question is, why do we need an indexer? Like, why not just, I don't know, pull your data from blockchain directly? First of all, and the big problem is that on-chain data format is not really convenient. For example, one example. So you have your web application, for example, NFT marketplace. You want to show something to user. You want to show picture, NFT picture. How you do that? First of all, you have to run token URI. You have to ask for a token URI from the smart contract. Then you get the metadata. And in this metadata, you have your image, your attributes, and all the stuff. And the big issue here is that, and only after that you can finally ask for the picture. Of course, it's super slow. And second thing is that the format is not so convenient. For example, if you want to aggregate attributes, for example, in NFTs, for ape NFTs, you have a lot of attributes. For example, I don't know, what's the hat, what's the eyes, what's the face, and other stuff. And you want to aggregate it to show filters. You want to aggregate it to show everything else. And you need indexer to do all of this. And that's the first thing. Second thing is that on-chain data is not complete. There are plenty of other stuff which is off-chain. For example, orders, metadata itself, which is, to me, it's a bit strange because how it works. Anybody knows how NFTs works? Like some of the people. Okay, so in many chains, not all of them, but your pictures, your actual image data, it's not on chain. It's somewhere else, usually IPFS. But in blockchain, you store only metadata for that. And what does it mean? It means that just to get all of the information is stored somewhere else, which can cause a little bit of a problem. For example, if someone minted some collection where all of the assets, they hosted somewhere else. For example, on your laptop. It went down and someone bought your NFT for 2 ETH. And then, bam, you closed your laptop and people cannot get their metadata. For marketplaces, for example, it's a big problem. When metadata, when actual image is not accessible, that's the issue. So some of the marketplaces, or many of them, they store all of the metadata, all of the data, actual data, in servers, because otherwise it can be not accessible anymore. What else? Also, aggregation data, for example, floor prices, volumes, etc. It's not on chain. Of course, some of the chains, they store orders and metadata on chain, which is cool, but not all of them. And if you aim for multi-chain experience for your NFTs, you should consider that. And of course, chain API is slow. Slow, not like super slow, but it's way slower than Web2 users used to. Because we used to, okay, we open the page should be opened in, I hope, milliseconds, maybe seconds, but not like minutes. And that's a complicated. So all of these will lead us to, hey, we need indexers. If you want to have NFTs in your application, in your wallet, or your marketplace, or anything that you develop, you need indexer. And many people would say, hey, okay, indexer it should be pretty easy to do, right? You just have your node for a blockchain, you just pull some events. I have a really small Node.js JavaScript script, and that's it. It should be like a couple of nights and couple of beers problem. Well, actually, it's not. And is it hard to write good indexer? Well, writing indexer is like delivering a talk. You come with some clever thoughts, and in the end, you just have like, it's just like, you know, it's like kind of hard, you know, it's like a heart. So in the developing minutes, it's something like that. When we at Tribal just started, it was not a big problem in the beginning, but after half a year, after 1 year of development, we realized that something is not so easy to do. So, and why? There are at least 3 reasons for that. There are, of course, many other reasons, but why you shouldn't write your indexer and use some providers. First of all, just imagine we have a blockchain, we have indexer in the middle, and you can consider it like a caching server, right? So you have all the blockchain data, and blockchain data is the single source of truth, so everything is on chain, it's cool, but you need something in the middle to aggregate and do all the stuff. Biggest issue is that it brings delay. And as I said, users, they don't want delays at all. They don't like delays. Fun stories. It's complete off topic, but actually, in some cases, users okay with delays. There is an article, and I can share it in my Twitter. There is an article about perceived speed of the page, of the web page, and there was a funny story. It's completely not relevant to indexer, but yeah, in Germany, I believe they have caching machines, so you can get your coins there, like metal coins, and get your cash. So if you have a lot of coins, you can just press a button, put a lot of like several pounds of the coins and get your cash. And developers of these machines, they did awesome job on refactoring, and the calculation of all these coins went in like milliseconds. But users were not convinced. They pressed cancel and get all of the coins back because they were, okay, I have a lot of kilograms, a lot of pounds of coins, and I don't believe the machine. I don't believe you can count it so quickly. So this fun facts. But in general, people don't like delays. And why it's so? Why do we have such delays? So for example, we have indexer, we have blockchain, and blockchain emits some blocks. And if it's like 1 minute between blocks, it's okay. Indexer can kick back and relax because, I mean, just imagine on a Bitcoin, right? Each block can be emitted in like hours and at least minutes. So that's not a big deal. But what if your indexer should support L2 and L3? And as we can see from many talks from yesterday and today, L2 and L3s, they are like a de facto standard, or at least they will be there for a while. What if you have like 200 milliseconds between blocks and you have processed everything and your indexer is like, oh my gosh, what should I do? Because your code should be faster than the blocks emitted, otherwise you will get a lot of queues and other stuff. So that's a big problem. And also, indexer, it's complex machine, right? So it's not just a JavaScript 3 lines of code. In our case, that's like a big machine, which also adds some delays. For example, we have some stats from all other indexers, and they add some of the delay. For example, 3 seconds, 12 seconds, 4 seconds, 6 seconds, which is a lot. Because from user experience, when you press mint button or you buying NFTs, you want to see result immediately. You don't want to sit there and see the skeleton or like loading indicator, which shows you, oh, all right, you did something, but we don't know the status. It's doing something because we have delays. So delays is a big thing. And I believe that real-time indexers now, they will win the market. So if your indexer is not almost real-time, it's a big problem. And every time when you have 12 seconds delay, user usually just break their computer and just go away to some other. Also, a big problem is consistency. In the happy path scenario, you have your blocks, indexer is happy because you have your data, which is relevant to blockchain. But what if you have forks? What if some blocks are wrong? And in the blockchain, that happened. And bam, your state is not the same as you have in the blockchain. You have to recalculate everything. You have to remove stale data, and then bam, that's really complicated thing. And from our experience, again, it's not easy task to do. Of course, in 7 minutes, I cannot share you all the secrets, but you can catch me after that, and we can talk about it. Also, data. So data itself should be convenient to users. In this example, if you get NFT by ID, it would be nice to add to this data not only image, not only metadata, attributes, and everything else, but also, for example, best sell order and other like optional royalties when it's created, make price, and all of the data. So the more information you give to the consumers of indexers, of your indexer, the better. And again, it's not an easy task. And orders. Big issue with orders is that in many marketplaces, orders are off-chain, and there is no one single API about how to receive orders. A lot of marketplaces, they do different stuff, and just if you want your indexer to aggregate orders from all over the world, all the marketplaces, it's also like a bit complicated task. So how to do it in the right way? Few examples, few tips. Again, not diving deep because it's 20 minutes talk, but if you want to create your own indexer, you just consider that. So making an indexer, it's like making a sandwich. It's really easy until you want to create a biblically accurate ham sandwich. So pretty easy on the surface, but then it's like a bit complicated. So first of all, indexers themselves, they should be as modular as possible. So here's the just simple block scheme of the whole solution. And here in this, oops, sorry, in this corner we have indexer. So for example, if you want to index Solana, zk-Sync, Arbitrum, or any other chain, it should be in one place because the whole system, and in our case it's like that, we have indexer which talks with the blockchain. All other parts of the system, they don't know about details of the blockchain, particular blockchain. So in our case, indexer indexes everything and then unifies the data. And here we have a union database, in our case in MongoDB, which has united aggregated data, which also not so easy. Because just imagine you have so different, there are some EVM chains, non-EVM chains, and you have to unify all the data and should be in one format. So orders, NFTs themselves, they should be in one format, which is also not so easy. So yeah, first advice is it should be as modular as possible. Second is tech stack matters. I'm not saying that, for example, JavaScript is bad or Rust is better, or I don't know, any other language. I see benefits in having strict tech stack. In our case, it's Kotlin. So yeah, we have Kotlin, we have Kafka, MongoDB under the hood, and Elasticsearch. It's super cool for showing you aggregated stuff, and you have different slice of information. But tech stack matters. We saw some examples when some of the solutions were falling apart when your code base is growing. And again, from my experience, not about indexers, but still supporting big JavaScript code base is a bit complicated task. Kotlin is easier in that matter. And the third one is measure everything. How to deliver best delay in class. Of course, you have to measure it. But if you measure it just from start to beginning, it's not granular enough. In our case, we measure a lot of things, like how data goes from the blockchain to scanner, from scanner to other part of the system, and each and every part of the system is covered with tests and delays metrics. So we can see, okay, all right, we have some spikes here, and looks like this part of the system is most crucial. So let's work on it, because otherwise, it's just falling apart. You know that your delay is not so great and how to do that. You can tweak all the parts of the system, but you don't see how to measure this result. So third advice to you is to measure everything, put logging everywhere. Of course, it's a bit of a hassle to aggregate all of the data, and of course, there are plenty of logs. Like in our case, we have gigabytes of logs in like a couple of hours, in a couple of days, and this is complicated. And the fourth advice is that nodes add delay too. Different node providers, they add different delays. It can be 1 second delay, it can be like 2 seconds, some are better, some not so good. So you should consider it too. So if you're building almost real-time indexer, you should think about node providers. You can host your own nodes, or you can choose any of the popular node providers, but should consider that. And last piece of advice, if you want to build your own indexer, of course, UX and developer experience is what matters, what distinguishes you from others. So it should be convenient to run your indexer, to use your API, to use your data structures, to, I don't know, just open the portal and look for documentation. All of this important. So, like, wrapping up, I would say, of course, you can build your own indexer. If you're crazy enough and you want to spend a lot of time, I would advise you not to do that and just use some of the providers. We launched like 2 days back our new version of API. So if you want to chat about this and use us, it's just catch me, and after that, and we can talk about it. But yeah, building indexers is not so easy. There are some things that you should consider. And that's it from my end. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? Friday morning, thanks for showing up. I know some of the folks here are also speakers, so welcome, welcome. My name's Benny, and I'm one of the co-founders of Future Primitive. I come from Vancouver, Canada, so from the West Coast, represent the teams up there with all their cameras. So a little bit about me. As I said, I'm a co-founder of Future Primitive, and also the co-author of ERC 6551, aka Token Bound Accounts. Previous to that, I was part of the team that wrote the ERC 721 standard, and the NFT standard. I was part of the team that launched CryptoKitties at ETH Waterloo, and then we launched Dapper Labs, and then I worked on NBA Top Shots, leading one of the main product teams. So it's been an incredible journey from the cats all the way to basketball. 7 years since NFTs came out when it was 12 people. Me and Gabby from YGG, and you have Jiho from Axie, you have Devin and Alex from OpenSea, and we would kind of be like the circus trope, flying around to different, to Denver and to different cities, and spreading the word around NFTs, and people would look at us and give us a weird look. So now, 7 years later, I think that future has come to fruition. So yeah, I'm here to. Cool. So, and the other thing that's really special is this week is the 1-year anniversary for token bound accounts. Many of you may or may not know, I'm going to be talking a lot about token bound accounts, or ERC 6551, but we actually released and published the standard, the ERC, last year here at Denver. We were hacking on a project, so it's incredible to come back here and be invited back by the ETH Denver folks to talk about it. So I'm going to bring us back to the 90s, to the internet, the early websites. I'm sure some of these look very familiar. As a kid growing up, I had a pirated version of Photoshop, and I was always like tinkering around with HTML, CSS, and I'm sure a lot of people share that similar experience in our teens. And what I find really fascinating is the web. So, the internet, the web, it kind of kickstarted this, what we call the hyperlink era, where you had dispersed websites that are linked to each other via hyperlinks. And it enabled you to navigate websites. You had search engines, and it really democratized the sharing and the website launch. I really think that NFTs are moving into a phase where they'll increasingly resemble modern-day apps and websites, and eventually autonomous agents, offering a lot of new functionality. Right now, we're kind of in this phase where NFTs are static. They're an asset that you put in a wallet, but it could be so much more. So the way I like to think about it is, as with any website or app, there's a front end and there's a back end. The front end of an NFT for us is, I think about it from the context of metadata, traits, and the renderer. And then the back end of the NFT is the on-chain logic, the smart contracts, potentially token bound accounts, which I'll talk about, or a centralized database. So if we're all assuming that the NFT space needs to move forward, that's part of the reason why I'm here giving this talk, well, we have to imagine NFTs becoming something else more than what it is, such as something that's dynamic and stateful. And we're going to break down this on-chain stack and talk a little bit about it. So the front end is composed of the media file. So when you go to OpenSea or any marketplace or Rarible or Magic Eden, etc., or a wallet, you see the actual image of the NFT. It could be a JPEG, a video, it could be a 3D file. That's part of the NFT, the front end. The second part is the metadata. So that's the trait, that's the metadata description. That's all the things that other people look at and evaluate value, etc. And then the renderer. So how is the image composed? Is it composed on an off-chain setting on a server and then kind of uploaded to IPFS? Or is it live rendering? There's just a lot of different things happening here. And there are already tons of standards and protocols and companies working on what I call the front end of an NFT, such as 4906, 7496, blah, blah, blah. There's quite a lot of them. I couldn't list them all. But they heavily focus on changing the artwork, work, or making the metadata updatable, making traits. You probably heard of metadata trait swapping. So all of those things are great innovations for the front end of an NFT. But when you look at a back end of an NFT, and what do I mean by the back end? Well, things like on CryptoKitties, when you breed the kitties together, the breeding contract is what I consider sort of the back end. It has logic around like, hey, these two tokens together, they merge and they create a new CryptoKitty, right? And so you can kind of see things like Moonbird nesting or doodles, space doodles. That all of those are custom contracts that are not composable at all. You can't simply just fork the breeding contract and then plug and play it into your own NFT project. You have to write it from scratch. So if you are a developer, well, you're going to have to write that contract. If you're not a developer, well, you're going to have to pay a lot of money to hire a developer to write that contract. Not only that, nobody else can use it besides yourself. Or projects opt for no utility at all, so they just launch the NFT and then they walk away. And the third one is they use a centralized database, which I think, as we all know, has its pros and cons, but ultimately we are here because NFTs should be an on-chain asset that's dynamic. And so that's kind of how I envision the back end of an NFT. Now, a lot of people ask, like, how do you kind of think about token mount accounts? Where would you place it? Is it the front end or the back end? And as you can see in this visual, the token mount account is actually complementary to ERC 721. I think a common misconception is that people think token mount accounts are replacing 721. That's entirely not true at all. 6551 is not a token standard, it's an account standard. And so it works really well with 721s. And for the first time ever, we're imagining a future where an NFT has a universal account and identity layer across the entire EVM. That's kind of a mouthful of words, but as of right now, I think everyone in this room, everyone in the stream, when you buy an NFT, you buy it on a singular chain, and to move that asset from one chain to another, it's not impossible, but it's not ideal. It's quite actually broken, and we're going to talk about that in a second. So altogether, this is how we imagine the atomic level of an NFT on-chain stack. It has the front end and the back end. And this is such an important thing to really think about as people are building in this space, or people who are participating or buying NFTs is, where are NFTs going? It's already been 7 years. We went from a very static 10K PFP with the punks, and then we went into breeding and battling with Axes and Web3 games. And then we went back into 10K PFP, which happened about 2 years ago. Then if you're a person of patterns, maybe the next pattern is going back into the dynamic future for NFTs, which I truly do believe in. So the way to think about token mount accounts is, we all know with MetaMask or any EOA wallet or any wallet, is you are your own bank account, which I think is incredible and an amazing thing. Number two is you have innovations like the multi-sig or Gnosis Safe or Safe, where your online community or your internet community has its own bank account. That's super awesome. The way to think about token mount accounts is your objects now have a bank account. And I know this analogy is kind of like mind-blowing, but you can imagine this chair has a bank account. It's kind of weird, right? Where, like, imagine you brought this chair into Chase Bank, and you're like, hey, I would like to open up a checking account for this chair. And the first thing they're going to be like, yo, you're crazy. What are you talking about? There's like, do you have ID for this chair? Well, in crypto, we usually bend and break rules like quite often, actually. I'm sure at ETH Denver, there's already been so many new ones. So this is kind of like a simple way to explain it to your friends and family of how token mount accounts work. Is, hey, imagine this chair has a bank account, and I think usually that causes one eyebrow to raise up. But I do think that there are 3 problems of NFTs, and I'm going to go through them and kind of talk about what is happening and how TBAs kind of come into play. The first, I think, is very, very obvious. And I get a lot of mixed feelings here, right? Where speculation is both good and bad. It's good because it brought new people into the space. It created new communities in this last wave. But at the same time, it also causes issues too, right? Where if everything relies on the whole pumping and the dumping and the floor prices, it's not good. I think we all can attest to it. We're in a good spot now to really look at the data and be like, yeah, actually, it's not ideal. And the other thing is the NFT space is very unequal in some ways, right? The top 10, top 20 projects, they made incredible amounts of money. They've raised even more money, and they've hired an army of devs. They even acquired companies, I'm sure you know, in the last few weeks. And so they have the firepower, but somehow, in some weird way, they're kind of slow in shipping things, even with 300 developers or 200 developers. But what's really unfair is that the 99% of the other NFT projects, simply because they may not have the technical talent to write custom contracts, simply because there are nothing that's available for them to add on-chain logic, they're kind of dead in the water. They end up with no utility. But token bound accounts, because it's retroactive, it actually links to every NFT that has ever existed since CryptoKitties and beyond. That's kind of the amazing thing, is actually we're trying to raise all boats and have all NFTs become incredible assets that are beyond just speculation. Fungibility. So this one's a fun one. I like to use this scenario. So you have your grandfather's camera that he has kept and babied and owned, and he's like, hey, I want to give this to you as a way for you to safekeep. And then you have a water cache or a bank account that you keep in your pocket. And inherently, these assets are very different. I think we can all attest to this. This is not a surprising thing, right? They both have value, but they're fungible in different ways. But I don't know why for the last 4 or 5 years people have been trying to like slice up an NFT into pieces and like create into fragments and make it liquid and make something non-fungible fungible, and you have like weird things like 404 where, hey, you got to own these 5 balls. It's ERC20, so I like to just play with the scenario. You got to own these 5 balls, and if you have them, you get the camera. But if you sell 1 ball, well, the camera's gone. All these kind of trickery things that you're trying to introduce to make NFTs, hence the word non-fungible tokens, into fungible tokens, which to me is kind of like makes no sense. And so, I personally think your grandfather's camera does not equal the watt of cash, and we shouldn't try to like slice it up and cut it up and do weird things with the NFT. In fact, we should actually make it more non-fungible. And so, to make it more non-fungible, we have to consider all the parts that make up the camera. That includes the film that's in the film roll, the film rolls in the camera, and there's also all the mechanical pieces that are part of the camera. So not only is it your grandfather's camera, but you have all of these different parts. And so with token bound accounts, we actually go the entirely opposite way. Instead of trying to slice up an NFT to make it liquid, we're actually making NFTs more non-fungible. It's kind of ironic, but it is true. You can see the Moonbird actually owns a CloneX, which owns a shirt. Yes, you can nest NFTs in an NFT and an NFT and an NFT to infinite time. So that's kind of what's going to make NFTs extremely non-fungible and hard to assess the value. Identity. So I have another scenario for you. Amelia, she lives in the US. She's a US citizen. She wants to open a bank account in Japan. But these are fictitious laws, so don't take this as legal advice. It's kind of, there's a statement down there. But let's just pretend that it's required by Japanese law that she needs a visa in order to open a bank account. And so she goes into the Chase Bank in the US, and they're like, yeah, we can work with the government, give you the visa, but you got to freeze all your assets in the US side, your car, your bank accounts. Let's just kind of lock it up, and then you can safely, move to Japan. The really weird thing is that Amelia still has to pay US tax and Japanese tax every single year because technically she's still a US citizen. So one day she wakes up and she's like, uh-oh, well, seems like the bank decided to confiscate the car, her grandmother's ring, and her storage unit, and her bank accounts, all of that, and she's really, really, really sad. Let's replace Amelia with Izuki. So Izuki lives in Ethereum, and now Izuki wants to go to Optimism. And right now, this is extremely difficult. It's very costly to do it. You either lock up your Azuki, hence locking up the assets, or you burn the assets and you mint like a clone on the other side. And right now, you have to use third-party bridges or native bridges, where then you have to kind of, it's kind of like the Chase Bank. You got to lock your things there and then trust that it's all good, that all your stuff's going to be there at all times. But this problem gets even bigger when you're thinking about, hey, how does this Suzuki transport across the entire world and across the whole L2 network when there are hundreds and thousands and tens of thousands of L2s in the future? This problem becomes really, really, really big. And this is where token bound accounts become extremely magical. TBAs are going to be the central point where it is a decentralized registry that's deployed on every single L2. And you have a single address that's the same across the board. So you have a singular address that associates with your mainnet NFT across all L2s. And so it's you could kind of imagine this for yourself. Imagine that just on one day, you snap of a finger, you get access to any country in the world. You get the passport. You can get up to like 100 passports if you want, and you can stay there as long as you want. We all know that's impossible, but TBA, that's the magic trick that I think will be world-changing for the NFT asset class. So a few other things that I want to touch on, I have 3 more minutes, is talk about more on the technical side. So token bound accounts version 2, this is what we launched last March. So it's been almost a year now. So version 2 was really early. There was no cross-chain connection. So the whole idea was that, oh, the NFT on mainnet or on other chains had a TBA account address. Then we built version 3, where now this is the current state of things, is if you have an asset on mainnet, you can actually execute a transaction on Polygon and Optimism. And the thing you cannot do right now is have a Polygon NFT executed mainnet transaction. So this is not possible at the moment. And so we're actually and we have announced earlier this week, but we're forming a partnership with Layer 0, and they've been an incredible partner in opening up. You'll see the next slide. It's going to be mind-blowing. The amount of interconnectivity that's just going to mind-blow every NFT that's out there. So now we're in a reality where we have token-bound version 3 with Layer 0 version 2, where now you have a nouns on Ethereum, and you can effectively transact not only to an L2, but an L2 to back to the mainnet, or L2 to L2. You can see how crazy those arrows are, and it's about to get really, really fun with this new. So this thing's going to be pushed V3 plus Layer 0 version 2 very shortly, I think in the next week or so. And so anyway, we think that TBAs are a fundamental EVM paradigm. It's here to stay. It's a staple. I think the way I think about it is chapter 1 of NFTs started 7 years ago, and it was the idea of a unique digital asset that you can own. Now, chapter 2 of NFTs is thinking about NFTs as on-chain, assets that you can interact with and has a universal account. And then we didn't even get into the other things around on-chain agents, which Jaden, my CTO co-founder, talked about earlier this week. You should definitely watch that talk, because TBAs actually open up access to on-chain agents. And I would kind of put TBAs in this realm of amazing innovations that have really drastically changed the Ethereum environment. ZK proofs, flash loans, restaking, MEV, NFTs themselves, TBAs, all of these are fundamental primitives that have essentially created billions and billions of dollars of value, many, many companies. It has changed the entire way of thinking. And so that is my presentation. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Really appreciate it.
Nice. Okay, we're live. Hello, hello, everyone. My name is Alex Salnikov. I'm one of the co-founders at Rarible, and I'm Chief Strategy Officer and Lead Product. Earlier, there has been my colleague, Evgeny Kot, giving a talk. If you have been here for a while and you heard that, so we're going to speak about more or less close related topics, and his topic was more technical, and I would actually prefer them to go the other way around. So if you want, you can get back and listen to that after. Maybe that will have another context for you. So this is more like motivational part. Why is it done? Why are we building this? And in general, why we are excited about NFTs. I know NFTs are not the topic today on everyone's radar, but it's great. So the topic is called the future of experiences, on-chain experiences through NFTs. Hello, hello. Thank you for listening me in this early hour. Okay, just a second. I'm just gonna scroll. I'm not sure why it doesn't work. All right, NFTs are back. Way back, baby. Woo! I know it's been hard. Since pretty much 2021, NFT's been only down, all the way down, and I think one of the lowest points was actually like August and September and October last year. Since then, we've been up. The NFTs are doing $50 million of daily volume, and the lowest point was like 10, so we're 5x from the bottom, and I'm so glad. It's feeling nice. NFTs are back. While I have your attention here, if you would have just like one thought from this talk, just one thought that you'll remember, I want you to remember this. So the thought is that if you'll take a comprehensive look at the crypto market, at the Web3 market, then consumer part of that, there is really nothing else but NFTs. So that's just the one thought that I want you to remember. Let's take a look at the general like Web2 market. If we're talking about trading, then Robinhood is pretty much our ceiling. It's 10, 20 million users in US that trade stocks in a retail fashion. That's the ceiling for the trading market. They have a lot of money, that's great. They have a lot of volume, that's great. But that's not a lot of users. If we take a look at what people do, we have socials. That's probably the biggest one, right? Billions of users. We have Amazon, 250 million users in US alone. They want to buy stuff. They don't want to trade. They just want to spend money. People come. How many people listen to the Netflix shows? Okay, 150 million in US, half of the population. So 10 to 20 million trade. That's really the thesis for NFTs in general. We hit ceiling with everything in 2021 when all these people that wanted to experience things came to the NFT world. They started minting art, they started playing games, and they're like, okay, it feels like the internet, but I'm clicking buttons and I'm paying $100 in gas fees for every action. That doesn't feel like a good experience. That is actually a bad experience. So today we're going to talk about the good experiences with NFTs that start to pop off. Okay, bear market. Again, it's a sad time, no funding, layoffs. Ooh. NFTs are going down, but builders are building. Shout out to everyone who was building through the bear market. Shout out to chains, shout out to token-bound accounts, shout out to games, shout out to everyone who kept their heads down and been building. We are in the bull run. That feels good. Bitcoin is at 60,000. Ethereum is 3,500. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. Now all the things that you've been building through the bear market will come true. It will pay off. You'll raise funding rounds. You'll enjoy the run. And then we're going to go to another bull run, and then we're going to go to another bear market. But every time the infrastructure grows, the evolution happens, all the things get better. Okay, so infrastructure. I don't know if you remember these times, and maybe some of you actually dipped a bit into these times with the ordinals that just appeared. But if you send a Bitcoin transaction, what you do next is you go away from your laptop and you take a coffee, and you're like, yeah, I'll wait when it processed. You get back in 10 minutes, it's still not there. You're like, okay. You go walk around, then it's done. 20 minutes is the average confirmation time if you didn't mess up with fees on Bitcoin. If you did, maybe more. Sometimes there is no block on Bitcoin for an hour. Can you imagine that? No transaction get processed in 1 hour. We started there 15 years ago, 14 years ago, and since then we came the long, long way. So now Ethereum. Ethereum average transaction confirmation time to the user, like the block time is 1.5 seconds, but your transaction doesn't always go to the first block, and sometimes you estimated fees wrongly. In general, if you make an Ethereum transaction, you wait seconds, 10, 20 seconds. We've experienced that with Variable. We've built an amazing interface very early that gives you a feedback that, okay, your transaction is coming, hand-holding, now, it's done. You can use your NFT. Maybe there is some pending status for that. Now, it's still not there yet. For now, it's absolutely clear that technologically and just from all the standpoints, economically, it is feasible to have blockchains that are damn near instant. It wasn't me who came up with this name, but I love it. Our design team, shout out to them. So damn near instant. And that's what gives you a good experience as a user. You want to click a button, and you want to receive an instant feedback that something happened. Okay, like in the internet. If you watch a show, if you watch a movie, you click buttons, you do socials, it happens automatically, it happens instantly, and there is no limitation to that altogether at this point. So this is when we are going to see all the things that were introduced with NFTs will come back and will be experienced by users in a good way. Now, I'm going to talk to you about the experiences themselves. And that's going to be very personal. So the next several slides are the experiences that me personally, I felt as a good experience as a user, in the user shoes. When I used something and I was like, yes, that clicks. Initially, when we were creating Wearable, we came to the space, and what prompted us to start the company was our experience with NFTs. We created an NFT, we traded them back and forth inside the team, and we're like, yeah, that clicks, that feels nice. It gives me dopamine hit. I know that I'm gonna do it. So let's go. First one, experience. It's layer 2s and layer 3s. After using Ethereum, after having all these errors in MetaMask, I started using layer 2s, layer 3s. I click it, and it just works, and it damn feels good. It's just a good experience that I had as a user. And one of the latest ones that I had, it's with Rarichain. It's a layer 3 on top of Arbitrum. It has something like 0.2 second confirmation time. You just click, and it shows you the green status. Okay, transaction is confirmed. Good experience. Let's talk about more. Web3 socials. That was another experience that I recently was enjoying a lot. Frames, Farcaster. I don't know, raise your hands who are on Farcaster right now. Okay, not everyone. That should be everyone, right? Farcaster is great. It's a Web3 social network. It's going to be very big. It just introduced frames that allow you to attach actions to the on-chain social posts. You can click buttons and mint an NFT, for example. Very simple. So a good experience. You can do viral campaigns. We just recently launched an open edition, and you needed to recast, like a retweet post, to be able to claim an open edition inside that same post. So what happened? it had 6,000 retweets. Just think about it. Consumers want to own a picture that much that they're ready to promote your viral post to 6,000. There was like huge coverage to just own a picture. So this is the experience, and this is something that we forget, that why people are in this space, because they love it, because they have good experience, they get this they have this dopamine hit when they own something. Okay, next one. It's an NFT that can do something. Right, a friend pet, Tamagotchi, you can feed it, it can eat, it can fight. It's something that CryptoKitties did back in the day, but that felt good. There's another example of that was just launched today. Peaches, crypto peaches. You can own a tree. You can own a tree. You can grow. You can fertilize that tree. You can grow peaches, and then the peaches get delivered to you. Experience, good experience. Okay, and obviously all the games. I'm just not gonna talk about games. Go to the same stuff. Next one, talking about the speaker before me was explaining that a lot, but again, it's an NFT that can own stuff. It can own stuff. If you remember, I don't know, you can have a Barbie doll and you can attach different clothes on the Barbie doll, or we work with Mattel. They want to use that to have a car, and then you can like assemble this car. You can put different wheels on this car. You can race with that car in a game later. So that's a composable NFT, and it gives you experience. And the experience is to put things in a box, right? To organize things. It gives you a dopamine hit. It feels good. Okay, next one. Content NFT, music NFT, but actually just like wider than that. It's a content NFT. It's an NFT that you can listen to. It's an NFT that you can read. It's an NFT that can represent a podcast. There is an amazing app made by a guy I know. It's called Surreal. It actually allows you to do all of that in the native mobile interface. So he's been pitching me, okay, I use this. I have NFT podcasts, and I listen to the NFT podcasts in my app, right? So I experience the content through NFTs. It's like Netflix, right? Okay, good. Good experience with the content. Next one. And this is actually the one that has been on everyone's radar, probably. And I think that this particular explains why we have trading infrastructure. So one would ask, okay, we have trading terminal, we have NFT lending. You can go, you can see a chart. It feels like a professional Bloomberg terminal. Why would we need the Bloomberg terminal for a picture? Okay, here's an answer. Because these pictures are turning into revenue-generating IP ownership. And Lucanets and Pudgy Penguins just showed us a good example of that. So they created physical toys. They put these physical toys in the physical stores. They sold for $10 million. And they distributed 10% royalties, 1 million, back to the NFT holder that was used, which NFTs was used to produce these toys and, as an IP. Okay, imagine Mickey Mouse as an NFT that you can license on-chain. Story Protocol is doing that. Overpass IP is the platform where you can do that. That's nice. That's good experience that I had because it gave me meaning. Before that, I was almost struggling, like, why do we need a trading infrastructure for a picture? Okay, that is why. It gave me meaning, it's great. Let's go. So I'm actually pretty much done. There is all sorts of different experiences that you can have with NFTs. As you see, they go to all sorts of directions. So it's not just like, okay, we have a terminal, we have a marketplace. It is applications, it's platforms, it's physical, it's games, it's mobile. So they go to all of these directions. We have infrastructure that allows us to do it in a scalable way. We want to onboard the next 100 million users to the NFT this cycle. There is going to be a breakout app. And suddenly, everyone would running around and throwing money at everybody who's building something with NFTs. Again, I promise you that, guys. So build something, pick a great experience that you like, pick a chain that you like. There is a great experience with cross-chain. You can pay You can pay for something using the balance of another chain. I clearly see the vision for the future where you just have one balance across all your L2s and it gets just used whenever you want to buy something. This is going to happen very soon. Thank you again for all who's been building. We have something to help you, Variable API, just product that we launched yesterday. It's a real-time indexer of all NFTs on all layer 2s. If you want to build an app that will do something cool with NFTs on fast chains with the good experience, reach out to us. It's a fresh product. You will be the power user. We will listen to your feedback to incorporate that into that product. And if you align with the mission, you can even join the team to help with the DevRel, to help to move that product further. You can go and talk to me after this talk. Thank you all for your attention. You are great. Build through the bear, build through the bull. You're amazing. I'm done. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Got a good one for you. My name is Rob. I am a co-founder at Demo. We allow anyone to turn their cars into smart devices, connecting them to the world's first open mobility platform, only possible with blockchain. You're asking yourself, what does that mean? You can think of your car now a bit like a flip phone or a landline in terms of how smart and connected it is. If you have a Tesla, it gets the BlackBerry title in terms of being smart. At Demo, we're here to usher in the iPhone era of cars, where more connected, more smart cars on a shared open protocol can lead to an explosion of applications and use cases. Okay, you're still skeptical. I can see it in your eyes. Well, the good news is I'm from the future, so I can show you what this looks like. I'm actually from the year 2030. I've come back in time using my Apple Vision Pro 5 Max FaceTime time travel upgrade. And I'm here to tell you, guys, we did it. Blockchains win. Your mom thinks you're so smart for getting into crypto. She tells all of her friends that you're Satoshi. The UX is good. It's fast. It's cheap. It feels like one blockchain, but it's modular and scalable, right? We've done it all. And would you believe if I told you that the chain that wins, the only one that anybody uses, the only one that matters is, of course, Cardano. Just kidding. So I'm going to show you what buying a car in the year 2030 is like. And I'm going to show you how we've not only solved all of the, and this is maybe the most painful transaction you would ever go through, right? With sleazy used car salesmen, with fax machines, trips to the DMV, not knowing, the real state of the car that you're getting ripped off left and right. So not only can we solve all of those things, we can actually do some things that are not possible today without blockchain. So I'm going to get into it. This is my little demo here. Oh. So first I'm going to log in with my wallet. Today, you need an email address and a smartphone to exist in today's society. That wasn't the case 20 years ago. It is the case now. In 2030, having a wallet is going to be equally important. You won't be able to get by without it, but it's fine. It's so easy in the future to get a wallet. I mean, as a side note, it's already way easier to get a wallet today than to get a bank account. I don't know if you even remember getting a bank account. You probably were 17 years old. You go with your dad to Wells Fargo. You hand like your social security and birth certificate to a guy named Steve. He types it into a Windows 95 computer like that. 12 words is a lot easier than that. But in the future, it's even easier. Apple, Google, Microsoft, they've all embedded wallets directly into all of their operating systems. Account abstraction has made it really secure and easy. I'm never at risk of like clicking on a bad link and having my wallet drained or losing access. Like that's all been figured out. It all is figure-outable, right? So this is in that future. I'm going to confirm and connect. And this website, Carousel, it's asking me for some verifiable credentials from my data backpack. It wants to know that I'm a citizen. It wants to know my credit score. It wants to know about my cars that I have on Demo so it can provide me a better service, right? So I'm going to share these verifiable credentials with them. It's better for everybody. I don't have to go find these files or take photos of a driver's license or anything like that. I just click and they have it. For them, they're only getting exactly the information they need. So I'm not sharing my social, I'm not sharing my address, my phone number, none of that. They don't need that. I'm only sharing what's needed. So from a privacy standpoint, for me, it's better. For them, they don't have to store this risky PII that can get leaked and get them sued. So everybody's winning there. And lastly, it's a verifiable credential, so they don't have to worry about the authenticity of the data. They can know 100% for sure that these are credentials issued by the DMV, issued by Experian, issued by Demo about the car. So now I'm connected, and they have everything they need. I'm going to search for a blue Ford Mustang Mach-E. I'm going to type that in here. And now I'm on this marketplace. And this looks like a used car website, but really it's an NFT aggregator, kind of like OpenSea, or really more like Blur, because it's an aggregator. So these are private parties, dealers who have listed their cars for sale on chain. They've included the necessary data to populate a listing, and this website is kind of pulling them all in. So I'm going to click on this first one. I can see that the photos, I see some great photos. I can see that these have been verified. They've received a verifiable credential from CarMax. And we can be for sure that these are photos actually of that real car. I could look at the raw demo data for this vehicle and see its whole history of how it's operated and all of its data, but I don't want that. That's too much. This driver was smart. This driver shared their data with Dune Automotive. You kind of can't see it there, but underneath where my mouse is, showing a little health report. You know, maintenance history A-, accident history A+, battery health A-, right? Miles driven, you see odometer when you buy a used car, but miles driven in the Northeast on potholes and salted roads are not the same as miles driven in Florida. EV batteries, supercharging it all the time, charging it to 100%, leaving it 100%, not good for the battery, right? So you want to know what you're getting with these cars. We can look back at all of the data that's been collected by Demo and provide a health score. So this car's got an A-. Let's ape in and buy this car. Here's something kind of new. I'm buying a used car from another person, but I'm still able to trade in my vehicle. And even better, because I've connected my Demo data already, Carousel knows what cars I have. It knows how much I still owe on the loan because my loan's on chain. And it knows a rough price range for what I could get for that car. So this is great. I'm going to keep my wife's car. I'm going to trade in mine. Click that. And just like the other guy, I'm going to share my data with Dune Automotive so I can get that health score to get me a better price for my car. A+ health, sweet. All right, so I can see I got 37 offers. You can't see it, it's small text underneath the buttons, but I got 37 offers. I don't need to tell you, if you get 37 offers for your used car, it's getting a much better price than if some used car dealer can kind of corner you and you're the trade-in's the only option and they just give you the price, you take what you can get, right? So getting a really good price with Carvana here in this case. It shows that I still owe $4,000 on the loan. So when I complete this transaction, my vehicle title goes into an escrow smart contract. Their cash goes into that escrow smart contract. And by the way, escrow just means like our assets go in together, and then once the transaction is completed, they both go at the same time, so there's no risk of one person taking the money and running. So they go into an escrow smart contract, and when this transaction finishes, my loan is automatically paid off my old car, and the proceeds automatically go towards paying on the new car. So that's something new. That's awesome. I'm going to accept that offer, sign a transaction with my wallet again, and my vehicle title is now in escrow, as is Carvana's cash. All right. So I love DeFi. I think DeFi is one of the coolest things to happen in crypto. I love money Legos. Right? This is DeFi money Legos on kind of a whole nother level. Typically, you can bundle home and auto insurance. You can't bundle the loans. They depreciate on different schedules. There are different types of underwriters. But hey, again, money Legos. We can do whatever we want now, right? So I'm going to bundle my home and my wife's car with my new car and get the best possible loan that I can. Click on her car. Click on the home. It asks me to share more information. Maybe I have some information about my home from a different blockchain protocol other than Demo. I'm sharing that here. I'm sure you need more than home deed and mortgage to get a loan for your home, but I'm a millennial who lives in New York City, so I'll never own a home. I'll never know. Just cut me some slack. I confirm that. I click Get Quotes. And again, I get thousands of offers on loans instantly because we're dealing with verified data. We're putting this out over a protocol. So I get an offer from Compound with a $1,500 down payment, and it's only $80 more per month than I was paying for this new car, so that seems like a good deal. Coinbase had a lower down payment, higher monthly payment, and I can kind of pick which one I think is better. I'm getting quotes from traditional banks that are using their traditional capital for it. I'm also getting quotes from DeFi projects that are pooling on-chain capital. Right? So I'm going to authorize this. And now that capital goes into same escrow contract. And when we complete the trade-ins and pick up the new vehicle, again, everything's just going to kind of automatically flow out. You might be wondering to yourself, okay, how does the blockchain know when a car in meat space trades hands? There's lots of ways you could do this. In this demo, we're going to use trusted oracles. And these are known businesses that have a role where they need to co-sign a message saying that this transaction actually occurred. So I'm going to pick AutoZone for this. I'm going to pick yesterday at 12:30, February 29th at 12:30, as the date that we're going to do it. Confirm the exchange. And now it's ready to go get picked up. All right. So now it's the next day. I wake up, slip on my shoes, I grab it feels like Christmas morning. I grab my car keys from my old car, and I drive to the AutoZone. I don't bring any cash with me. The capital's all ready to go on chain, right? I show up, I walk in, talk to the guy at the front desk. He says, hello, Mr. Solomon, I have your call right here. He's Australian or British for some reason. And I hand him the keys to my old car. He inspects it. He hands me the keys to my new car. I inspect it. Seller's not even there, so it doesn't even need to be here. He signs a message, I sign a message, and bam. The vehicle title for my old car is now the property of Carvana. They'll come pick it up from the AutoZone. The new car is now titled to me. I have, and jointly with my lenders, the Carvana has paid off the loan on my old car and put $7,000 towards my new one. The rest of my loan covers the new one. The seller now instantly has his cash that second, and we're ready to go, ready to register. So now the part that you've all been waiting for, registering the car with the DMV. So I'm going to register this car to myself. I could take this great license plate, or I could get a cool vanity plate, submit and pay. And now I have a verifiable credential that I've registered the vehicle with the DMV, and that is it. So start getting nostalgic for the days of going into the DMV, taking a number, sitting in a dusty old seat, having your paperwork, waiting an hour, going up, oh, it's the wrong paperwork, come back tomorrow. Those days are going to be coming to an end. All this can be done on chain. So let's debrief what happened here. Chris Dixon has a good quote in his new book that I liked a lot. Something about, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but you can build homes, bridges with wood, you could build them with steel. But the ones built with steel are a lot more robust. They're more infrastructure. You can build skyscrapers, you can just build better railways, everything with steel. This blockchain-based open network is steel in the automotive industry. The automotive industry is not even built on, it's built on like rotten paper mache, right? So you've dealt with it yourself. You know how outdated and obsolete, how many fax machines, phone calls, information asymmetry, all of that in this industry. It's a very fragmented industry. So this would mark a major upgrade to how things are working. I'll tell you a story too. When I was at Vroom, both Vroom and Carvana faced pretty big class action lawsuits because if we bought a car in Louisiana, brought it back to Texas, sold it to someone in Pennsylvania, just processing the title was a nightmare. And often we wouldn't be able to get the title to the new owner in time. Their temp tag would expire, they would renew it. Temp tag would expire again, now they can't renew it anymore. And now it became illegal for them to drive their car. We couldn't process a title in months. It took so long to do it, right? There's no reason for that. This could be settled instantly. So at Demo, there's still a ways to go before we can enable a use case quite like this. But we've already got some solid foundation going. We have over 50,000 cars connected. If you have a newer car, if you have like a Tesla or something that has an app on your phone where you can log in and lock and unlock the car doors, that kind of thing, you can probably connect to Demo right now. If not, but your car is 2008 or newer, you can buy a device on drivedemo.com and join it. I'm at Rob M. Solomon on Twitter. Shout out to Ben Kochanowski for helping me design this, and thank you all for paying attention.
I think so. So I'll just let Dan if it's.
Yeah.
Great. I think we're ready. So good afternoon, everyone. Super excited to see so many people here to learn about security. My name is Jake Sulzer. I am a cryptocurrency security evangelist. I also work at Ripple as an information security TPM, and I'm also a cryptocurrency security standard auditor with C4. C4 is a nonprofit organization made up of cybersecurity and crypto security experts, and also we're all volunteers as well. And today, we really want to speak to you about the cryptocurrency security standard and what it means to bring security, more security within the space. And today, I'm joined by two amazing panelists, Marlene and Petri, and I'll let them both do their own introduction.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Marlene DeHart, and my background is in cybersecurity. I have over 20 years of risk assessments, IT audits, forensics, and secure architecture and design across financial services, public and private sector.
Afternoon, everyone. So Pietro Basson. My background is finance and IT. Used to be at KPMG, did SOC audits, cybersecurity audits for a lot of different entities. And these days we're working with a lot of different DAOs and foundations on their corporate governance, working on DAO operations, and then also compliance and sort of security for different entities.
Wonderful. And Petri, as a CCSS chair, can you give us an overview of what the CCSS is?
Sure. So I think the CCSS at a high level is a standard that's been created around private keys and how do you secure private keys. The origin of this was, I think, a lot of people in the security industry seeing different hacks happen, realizing that we need a standard for this. We have certain security standards out there, SOC 1, SOC 2, ISO, etc. But when you look at those standards, they don't really talk about private key security specifically. So the CCSS was created by different cryptocurrency and security specialists. We've got a very good roster of people working on it. So we've got a few security people, Jameson Lobb, that a lot of people might know, Ron Stoner, who's also with CASA. Then you've got Michael Perkins. He's worked as CISO of Shapeshift, and Dirk Anderson that has a lot of experience. But you also have people with audit experience. So personally, I used to do SOC audits for companies, looked at custodians, etc. We've got Noah Buxton, who works with the network firm. He's an auditor. Yev Poshevan with Hacken. And then we've got Mark Krishanos. He's also an auditor. So it's a mix between people with really strong cyber crypto experience and auditors that created this standard to help people.
Wonderful. Yes, it's great to have such a mixture of people involved in trying to secure the space. Marlene, you were actually a cryptocurrency security standard auditor. Can you tell us a little bit about why you decided to become an auditor?
Sure. My story goes back to 2018. So at the time, I was working at Visa as a chief security architect. And I did a concept project using digital wallet and blockchain with integration with the VisaNet to solve the problem of fraud with prepaid cards. And so I started exploring different standards for blockchain and looking for technical requirements for my design. Came across a conference and a workshop for the CCSS that was being held in Denver. So I went to, I think it was the first CCSS workshop, and Ron Stoner was the trainer, and I got exposure to it and decided to become an auditor.
Wonderful. I guess, what do you see as the importance of the CCSS?
Well, I think you had mentioned also having some audit experience, and I also have done SOC audit, PCI, HIPAA, various regulatory audits. And the thing that I really like about the standard is that it really augments and supplements specific in areas that matter, such as key management, wallet creation, and operational controls. And even though those requirements can be found in other frameworks or other standards, such as NIST, It's a very end-to-end comprehensive controls framework that's immediately usable. And for that reason, I really was able to have that into my, incorporate that into my design. So I think that's probably one of the best reasons that
Wonderful.
I saw. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a very easy to digest standard. I think anyone in the crypto space could really take a look at it and learn quite a bit and know kind of what the end-to-end process should be for securing a private key. I guess, Petri, as a user of different cryptocurrency service providers, like exchanges and custody providers, why should I care whether they're CCSSA certified or not?
I think maybe just to tag on to what you were just saying, because we're talking very high crypto security, we're talking about corporations doing it, but as you just said, it's a very accessible standard. So even if you're doing your own private keys, we've got the levels, etc. So even for individuals, it's very useful, just for the things to consider when you're doing self-custody. To answer your question, I think for anyone using an exchange, we've always had that principle of trust but verify. At the moment, a lot of it is trust with no verification. So that verification is very important. But as an exchange, I can't open up my doors to anyone to come and have a look at my security, explain to them how that works. So that's where if you've got an independent auditor, someone like Marlene, who comes in, they look at all of those controls, they verify that you're actually doing all the stuff that you're saying on your website, because anyone could put a lot of stuff on a website, say that they're doing it. And then what we have in the CCSS is also a peer review. So it isn't just one auditor going in there, you've got a peer reviewer who verifies everything as well, which creates that trust over time then, because now you have independent parties that have come in, verify that all the controls are there.
Yeah, I love that. I love you don't have to kind of just have one person who's doing the verification, right? You have a quorum of individuals that are really going in and making sure that an exchange or a custody provider is meeting all of these different requirements. I guess from the flip side, as a service provider like an exchange or custody provider, why should I want to spend the time, the resources to pursue CCSS certification?
I think there's two sides to that. The first side is, because this is an industry standard, this has been through the rigor, a lot of very smart people have worked on it. So if you're designing a private key management system, this is very important. So you can actually work through it, design a system that's very robust, very secure, takes into consideration a lot of different things. And the second side of this is more for your users, to actually show that you have the confidence to get someone in to actually look at everything. You can have that all verified. So I think the one side is a design thing. The other side is almost a PR thing to be able to show to your users, give them that confidence.
Wonderful. And I guess speaking of the audit, Marlene, can you tell us a little bit about the audit process and the rigor that goes into an audit?
Yes, one of the things that I really love about the standard is that it requires a peer review. So as an auditor, I would conduct the initial audit, and then that audit result has to actually be peer reviewed by another CCSSA. And I have never seen any other regulatory framework or audit requirement that actually has peer review by another certified auditor that doesn't have bias and is also not affiliated directly with the organization. The way that the auditor is chosen is randomly for the peer reviews, so I think that builds in additional scrutiny and transparency.
Wonderful. You're also part of a working group currently where there's a team member working with different regulators. Can you talk about your experience and kind of what some of the goals are with the advocacy group?
Yes, and I want to go back to what you said. So another reason that I am participating in the advocacy group and why I also like the standard is that it's open source. So anyone can contribute. And you have industry experts, people who care about security and instilling safety and participating in these standards. And so it's meant to be scrutinized and to be improved by people who want to participate. So it's totally accessible that way. I think
I think that's wonderful. So anyone can really contribute to this open source standard. So if you're interested, you go read it. You think that we're missing something, I'd love it if you'd come and actually provide us some feedback on that as well.
Yeah, I think maybe to add on to that, as the CCSS committee, we take a lot of these recommendations and questions very seriously and have very long conversations about this. Proof of reserves is one really good example. We used to have a section on proof of reserves, but over time it sort of realized how much that actually takes and then removed proof of reserves from the standard completely. So we don't almost have that in there. We focus only on the security side of things. But also very open to people who have suggestions. If someone wants to help to write a proof of reserve standard, it is almost pooling that collective knowledge to strengthen the entire industry.
Yeah, and we meet weekly basically, and we have long conversations about things, and it's coming from a practitioner point of view, which I also like. So actually having experience or real world knowledge about what's going to work. There's different levels in the standard. I don't think we've talked about the levels. So there's levels 1, 2, and 3. And even just achieving a baseline controls with level 1 is respectable. And that's another thing I like is that it lends itself to anyone who's adopting the standard to just establish the baseline controls and then also aim for improvements going up to level 3 if that's something that they wish to do.
Yeah, I agree. I think, for myself, like I don't go out and do audits of the standard, but, with Ripple as a company, we do, custody people's crypto assets. And so it's been a very useful standard for me to kind of look at and see where we're meeting best practices or maybe where we can improve as well. So I think anyone who's kind of in a security role as well at a crypto-focused company can really get a lot of value from the standard.
Yeah, I wanted to mention also that you can easily create a self-assessment from the standard. And so before you would even consider bringing in an auditor, just taking the standard and coming up with a self-assessment, I think is also very valuable.
I think maybe the one thing to add in here is we've also tried to make it easy for people to use because you've got the standard which talks about all the technical requirements, but we also have the auditor guide. Because not everyone out there is an auditor. You have some people that have cybersecurity, IT backgrounds, who also are interested in these things. And we've created that guide to actually help people through the process. Explain, what are you looking for? How are you getting evidence? How do you collect evidence and show that you've done all the different tests? So we've tried to make it very accessible to all different fields. You don't only have, auditors who can do this. If you're a cybersecurity expert and you've never done an audit before, there is a guide that can help you through the process.
Yeah, I want to touch on all of the free tools and resources. You just mentioned the audit guide, which is very helpful. There's also the standard itself, which is downloadable by PDF and also in an Excel form if you want that. It's pretty comprehensive. Basically, there's 3 high-level components to that. There's the key management, wallet creation, and operational controls. And there's also some amazing scenarios that when you're studying to become a CCSS auditor, that you actually look at the 4 scenarios, and it's really giving examples, real-world examples, and how you would actually take those scenarios and apply the standard for an assessment rating. So it allows you to think through things that have actually really happened. And there's, what else is out there for collateral?
We just released
free training.
We just released a level 1 training course.
Yep.
Actually, if you'd like to learn more about the cryptocurrency security standard. And for anyone who's attending ETH Denver, we do have a special coupon for a 20% discount on that up on the screen. So definitely recommend checking that out. Even if you don't want to go through that full training course, the standard is there on the website. You can read through all of it. If you do want to become an auditor, that's great. There's some other training material and just a test to become an auditor. But, we really encourage everyone to participate in one way or another with CCSS because it's really, the strength of it is in the volunteers and the experience of the volunteers. Anything additional you would like to add or? No?
Follow the YouTube channel. There's a lot of good training there, and then there's also some training courses. And I think we might have to flip the slide here if you can see that we're offering a 20% discount.
It was shown a minute ago, but it looks like it's static on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, feel free to come up to us afterwards. We're happy to answer any questions and happy to give you that discount code if you missed it. But yeah, thank you everyone for attending. Thank you both Marlene and Petri as well. Really appreciate your time today and look forward to making the crypto spaces more secure for all of us.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thanks, Jake.
Is this on? Can they hear me? Is that coming through? I feel like it's not. Oh, they can hear? Okay. Hey guys, thanks for coming to this talk. I'm going to be presenting on AI crypto and really talking about the kind of fundamental underpinnings of this space and really giving a kind of a 30,000-foot overview of why I find this space so interesting and why I'm working on this company Ritual, which I'll also go into later on in the talk. So the motivation here is AI is eating the world, from education to media, defense, art, culture, and the usage of these products have gone up pretty significantly in the last year. And you could think of it as the intelligence quotient for AI has gone up pretty dramatically in the last year. So what are the problems of AI today? One is that the infrastructure is highly centralized. Model storage, governance, ownership, compute is all run by a couple of large corporations and a couple of large cloud providers. The AI infrastructure is also highly permissioned. There's high costs to using it, it's permissioned, there's no privacy or computational integrity, and a lot of geographical limitations. Then finally, it's becoming increasingly regulated. Incumbents and governments are trying to jam a bunch of rules and regulations into the works and make it difficult for new players to come into the market and innovate. So what is the future impact of this? AI is going to be inserted into every technology product in the world over the next 10 years. And with that, with this centralization backdrop that I just described, censorship and manipulation will take place for sure. And LLMs and other foundation models are creating these highly engaging new forms of you could call it propaganda or social control in some ways. It's already being used in the 2024 US election media and different sort of governmental bodies. And so the people that control the capital, distribution, and access to models really control a lot of social influence with this technology. So the open and transparent governance of AI models is key and very, very important. A good analogy to describe what's happening today with AI is very similar to what happened with cryptography in the 90s. In the 90s, there was almost a rule placed that the export of cryptography would be treated as a munition, as effectively as a weapon. And obviously, we now know that's sort of a free speech thing. And I think we're seeing very similar parallels here with AI and the government trying to say, we should control it, or people that we pick should control models instead of open and transparent governance. So this is where AI crypto comes to the rescue. Crypto has given us these great tools for self-sovereignty, privacy and computational integrity that bridge these trust assumptions around different modes of compute. We get great coordination and incentive engineering, and we also get open infrastructure that catalyzes and sort of uses and kind of promotes this credible neutrality. Crypto AI takes this high level of centralization and turns it into a decentralized one. We've decentralized money and art and IP and storage, and why not AI? It's a massive innovation, and it should be decentralized and deserves to be. So this is where Ritual comes in. Ritual is really aiming to be the convergence point of crypto and AI. The task that we're trying to solve is we want to make AI highly accessible for a crypto native audience. We want to make it very easy for crypto developers to utilize AI in their applications. We view AI and crypto as having these sort of bilaterally beneficial relationship that AI can help crypto and crypto can help AI, and I'll go into that a little bit more in the next couple slides. So we want to create a whole new class of AI-enabled dApps and use this cryptographic, financial, and sort of coordination primitives from crypto in the AI supply chain. So Ritual is being built out in two phases. The first phase is called Infernet. Infernet is a decentralized Oracle network that is optimized for AI. It's now live, and we built an application called FriendRug, which I will show what that is in a second. And you can actually set up a node today. The idea with this is we have an off-chain compute network that any blockchain can tap into and call inference, fine-tuning, quantization of models in their application directly. The second phase is called ritual chain. It's a sovereign chain that's EVM compatible, and has a custom VM that is purpose-built for AI native operations. That'll enable a whole new class of crypto dApps to use it. This is just a quick kind of overview of the kind of setup we have today, where we can plug into different environments, different layer 1s and layer 2s, and it's sort of all powered by this AI setup that we have with these AI-enabled precompiles. So what's on Ritual today? Ritual's Infernet already supports taking AI models and putting them into applications with the additional option to add in integrity proofs of various forms, ZK or optimistic. So any EVM-compatible chain can use the Ritual SDK to coordinate this work. Ritual Chain, the next iteration of this, is a set of stateful precompiles that make AI operations natively accessible to any developer with just a few lines of code. What this means is AI models are a first-class citizen in this network. And really, the AI model is the atom of this network, and you can iterate and do operations on top of that. We have a proof marketplace that allows users to express their preferences for different guarantees around privacy. Say for a DeFi use case, you may really want strong integrity, and you'll want to use a ZK solution. Maybe if you're building a social application, maybe you don't care about integrity and you want to go with something weaker. So we want the option for our users to be able to pick whatever type of integrity that they would like through this proof marketplace. And then we have a modular stack that allows us to plug into any decentralized model storage layer and use interop solutions to plug into various different chains. So this is not just an Ethereum thing, although it's sort of starting on it. And you can develop natively on the Ritual chain or on your own chain. We're not picky about where the apps are built. We're really just excited to have this technology used everywhere. So what are the pillars that we're trying to go for here? One is censorship resistance and decentralization. Can everyone in the world access these models? Can developers build products where they aren't worried about losing access to models? Privacy and integrity. Do you have trust that the inputs, models, and outputs are staying private? And can you make sure that the output generated by a model wasn't tampered with during the whole process? And this is really where the cryptography of this whole network comes in. Then finally, the blockchain sort of incentives part is you can really now incentivize the entire ML stack and offer these sort of token-based rewards for contributing to a model or doing governance on a model or on the labeling side of things or on the compute side of things. So there's really a lot of ways to program new incentives for new applications at various levels of the stack. And we think end users should be rewarded for contributing to these networks. It's something you don't get in Web 2 AI today. So a question a lot of people ask is, what are the applications of AI crypto? And we think there's a ton of really interesting ones. And I'll go through a couple that we're thinking about pretty actively. One is DeFi with models in the loop. So going in, instead of using human governance and having to go convince a couple of people off chain to vote yes, and having them to vote on every single decision that the DAO does, you can now instead do automatic parameterization via DeFi model. That's pretty powerful. You can do it for lending, you can do it for yield generation. Next is around gaming and entertainment. So there's a ton of interesting live projects that are using on-chain incentives to build creator economies around NPCs and owning AI models that play on-chain games and win rewards and things of that nature. So it's really this highly sort of generative thing that you can build with these different types of AI models. Content and media, this one is pretty straightforward. Being able to autonomously generate new types of works, whether it's video, audio, text, and it allows really anyone to become a creative. And you can pair that with the benefits we get of things like NFTs, being able to create subscriptions and ownership. It's a really, really powerful primitive to be able to combine together. Then finally is governance. So automatically generating proposals, natural language interfaces, and a whole bunch more. So these are just a few, but we think there's a lot of really exciting things going on in this space. So what is crypto-enabled AI? Crypto-enabled AI gives you a couple of interesting properties. You get these cryptographic and game theoretic primitives for AI, plug and play of different types of proofs, and giving various sort of guarantees. Data provenance, so creating incentives around rewarding contributors for data, for fine-tuning and training and RAG. And incentives, enabling users to contribute and be rewarded for it, in addition to allowing other users with capital to crowdfund models, which we think is a really big, exciting thing. And then finally is governance. Model preferences, collectively curating prompts, and a whole bunch more. So this is a quick case study that you guys should all check out. What we did is we created an on-chain smart agent, and this is a few months ago, that buys and sells friend tech keys. So instead of it being a human behind the friend tech bot or behind the friend tech account, it is a bot. It's an LLM that's running on top of Infernet. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to convince the LLM to buy or sell your shares. So it's kind of a fun, almost like a word puzzle that you can go and try. And it's fully open source. It's built on Infernet. It also uses Ezekiel proofs to, with a classifier to basically be able to prove the integrity of the action. And we released a website called friendrog.com that you can check out more about the process and sort of the build out of this. So this is one of the first things we've built on Infernet, and many, many more things will be coming out over the next few weeks, both by us and partners, but also through the community in our Discord. So we have a bunch of open research directions, and we're really excited to collaborate with people. Open model governance and ownership, proofs of compute, privacy improvements, open and transparent foundation models, incentives and game theory optimal compute routing, data retrieval and provenance, autonomous agents, and a whole bunch of others. I could have 3 slides on stuff that we're excited about and want to collaborate on. So how can I participate? So an easy way is to run an Infernet node. If you go to our website, it's fairly easy. You don't need a GPU. There's many tasks that you don't need one for. You can build on our network, and we have a Discord we just announced a few days ago. So you can go there, ask questions. The developers on our team will go and answer them for you and help you if you need help with building. dApps that are being built on Ritual. Several of them will be announced over the next couple of weeks, and you can actually start using AI on chain, which it hasn't really been the case so far. And more ways that are coming out soon. So that is it. Thank you, guys. And more information if you want to contact us or learn more about what we're doing.
We good? Yeah, okay. All right, well, thanks everybody for coming. My name is Andy. I lead the ecosystem team at Forta Network. And I'm going to talk about how AI and ML-based threat detection can save Web3. So this is a security, smart contract security related talk. A little bit about Forta, if you're not familiar. Forta is a decentralized monitoring network for layer 1 and layer 2 blockchains. So the analogy I like to use is we're like a giant security camera and alarm system. We're middleware, so we sit on top of these chains. And we've got hundreds of cameras running on the network that are watching for stuff that looks weird, suspicious, exploits, phishing attacks, things like that. We spun out of Open Zeppelin in the fall of 2021, so we've been around for about 2.5 years, and over that time have worked with some prominent companies in the space around threat detection. We generate a lot of data, and we provide it to a lot of companies as well. Okay, so quick agenda. I'm going to talk about detecting exploits in advance, how we do that at Forta. I'm also going to talk about how we use machine learning to identify malicious smart contracts. And I'll finish by talking about why we should start shifting our focus from threat detection to threat prevention. It's great to detect the exploit, but it's even better if you can detect it and stop it. Okay, so threat detection, what does that mean to me? For the purpose of this conversation, it's identifying malicious actors and transactions in real time. So again, we're like a security camera that's watching everything happening, and we want to flag all the bad stuff. So, little context, when we started in November 2021, there was zero threat detection happening. A lot of that had to do with the fact that the industry was, 3.5 years more immature back then. But a lot of it had to do with the fact, too, that I think from a security standpoint, most people were very focused on code and pre-deployment security. There was very little attention, if any, paid to post-deployment security beyond a bug bounty program. And virtually zero part of the security budget was spent on that as well. So fast forward 2.5 years till now, there's a lot more threat detection happening. There are a dozen plus companies that do this really well today, including Forta. There are a lot more tools that are available to DeFi protocols that make this easier, and there's a ton of threat intelligence that's generated in real time that we can all use to protect ourselves. So how do we detect exploits? Little mental model I want you guys to walk away with. So most attacks follow these 4 stages. And I'll walk through them and kind of explain the flow here. So first is funding. So an attacker, when they're attacking a protocol, they need some capital to do that, at a minimum to pay for gas fees. They don't want to pull that out of their Binance account, for example, or their MetaMask wallet, so they're usually going to obfuscate the source of those funds through a privacy-preserving protocol like Tornado Cash. Then they're going to use those funds to deploy a new contract. We call this the attacker contract. This is the preparation stage of an attack. At some point, after they deploy the contract, they'll invoke that. It can happen in subsequent blocks. It can happen in the current block. But that's what we would consider the attack transaction. And then if the attack's successful and they have stolen funds, they will then re-launder those back through privacy protocols, DEXs, et cetera. At a minimum, you want to get out of assets that have a blacklist, like a USDC or something like that, right? So this is the flow that the vast majority of smart contract exploits follow. And I wanted to share this because I just wanted to show you there's a lot of things that happen before the exploit transaction. And these are all the signals that we're looking for when we're trying to detect exploits in advance. So the goal for us is to detect things with high confidence in the preparation stage of an attack. So right after that malicious smart contract's been deployed, we want to flag it, and we want to notify as many people as we can about it. We do a couple different things to those contracts. We'll do static analysis on it, which I'm going to talk a lot more about. That's where the machine learning comes in. We also do dynamic analysis, so we will fuzz the contract, we'll simulate it, we'll throw a bunch of parameters at it to see what happens. So let's talk a little bit more about the static analysis piece. So we train a model to try and tell the difference between a contract that's malicious and a contract that's benign. Obviously, if you have decades of data at your disposal, your model is going to be really good. We don't have that. We've got about 4 or 5 years of malicious smart contracts at our disposal. So we've got 700 sort of confirmed malicious smart contracts that we can train models with. We've got a heck of a lot more good benign contracts that we can use to differentiate. So that's helpful. I point this out just because as more contracts get deployed, the data set gets larger, models get better at learning, et cetera. So machine learning will keep getting more precise over time as it has more data. So what happens here? The model will essentially go in and it will extract the bytecode plus the inputs from the contract, convert them into opcodes, and then start analyzing patterns. And we want to analyze patterns from known malicious contracts with patterns from known benign contracts. Just to give you a sense of what some of the common opcode patterns are, this is in a blog post on the Forta website too if you want to kind of read the more context around this. But on the left are the top 10 most common opcodes in malicious smart contracts. So you'll see at the top, it's like push 20, and push, et cetera. On the right are the top 10 most uncommon opcodes. So you're going to see a lot more of this in benign, non-malicious contracts. So we've got 700 examples of stuff on the left. We've got hundreds of thousands of examples of stuff on the right. And you train a model with this, and then you release it into the wild, and you let it predict. Whether the newest contract that gets deployed on chain is good or bad. So in practice, okay, I just walked through this. I front-run myself here. I'm going to skip this one. Okay, so the benefits of using ML as opposed to simple heuristics. So we do use a lot of heuristics, which are kind of more rigid, like hard-coded rules. But ML's great because it can come up with those heuristics for you. So the objective is to identify patterns. If you had a really small amount of data, which wouldn't be great for ML to begin with, you, in theory, could do this manually. But when you have hundreds of thousands of contracts that you're trying to look at, letting a machine analyze those patterns for you is just much more efficient. It's also going to be able to recognize patterns that we might not be able to identify ourselves. So up until now, everything I've described, we would call negative reputation-based monitoring. So we're looking for things that we know are bad, malicious. There's another form of monitoring that is also very effective, and that is sort of emerging in Web3, and it's called anomaly detection. And an anomaly is just something that looks weird or is different than what's normal. So in the context of a DeFi protocol, you would want to figure out what your normal user behavior looks like and kind of create a profile around that. And then use that sort of normal behavior profile to then screen that against incoming transactions to see if you see anything that doesn't look like that. If it doesn't look normal, you could label that as anomalous. A lot of exploits using this approach would be labeled as anomalous. And so this is another sort of complementary approach that you can use to detect exploits and other sort of threats in advance. Show of hands. How many people are surprised by this? So today, most smart contract exploits are detected in advance. Does that surprise anybody? Yeah. There are a lot of teams out there monitoring for this stuff today. You can monitor mempool transactions. You can monitor process transactions. You can use negative reputation-based approaches. You can use anomaly-based approaches. But there's a ton of people watching and analyzing smart contracts and transactions. And most exploits are detected in advance. Now, that does not mean that they are, just because they're detected doesn't mean that they're prevented. And I think DeFi protocols today, given all the threat intelligence that's now available, and there's just going to be more and more available to you. So detection is going to keep getting better and better, faster, more precise. DeFi protocols need to ask themselves now, if I know that a transaction or an EOA or an address is bad in advance, what do I want to do about it? Do I want to accept that? This is not a question that I think any smart contract developer has been forced to ask themselves previously because we just didn't have the data. But now that we do, I think this is a prudent thing to consider. What we're focused on for the last 2.5 years has been detection. There is a ton of this happening now. We're shifting our focus to prevention. So we got all this great data. Now how do we stop these attacks? And something that we're really interested in right now, and I just kind of want to plant a seed with the audience here, is transaction screening. So now that we have some sense of what's good and what's bad, in theory, you can stop bad stuff and let good stuff come through. Whereas previously, 100% of stuff was coming in, whether it was, whether you knew about it or not, whether it was good or bad. You can do transaction screening at the smart contract level. You can also do it lower in the tech stack and leverage builders and relayers and sequencers to do it there and just tell them, what logic you want them to follow. There are experiments happening at both levels. I'm really optimistic about both. It obviously brings up some questions around censorship, but I think those are, it's a welcome conversation to have, and I think there's a path forward. So I just wanted to plant that seed. I think over the next year or two, we're going to see a lot more experiments with transaction screening, simply because we have so much data now that it's prudent to at least start testing out that approach to see if you can stop exploits that way. So I'll stick around for a few minutes if anybody wants to chat about ML-based threat detection or transaction screening. Happy to chat. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to this talk. My name is Jake Brookman. I'm the founder and CEO of CoinFund. And I spent most of 2023 investing in the intersection of AI and Web3. My talk today will be a little bit about how we think about AI and Web3 together and the work that we've done in this space. First, I want to address the following issue. When we mix things in crypto like this, a lot of times people think it's very hypey. Is AI and the Web3 intersection hype? I would offer that it's a new category that is poised to impact blockchains and AI. When I started investing in the blockchain technology around 2015, my first question was, what can blockchain be used for beyond just sovereign cryptocurrency? Really, the story of blockchain is about coming to different spaces and categories and disrupting them. When we apply blockchains to finance, we get DeFi. When we apply blockchains to digital collectibles, we get the NFT space. So to me, it's a very natural phenomenon that blockchain would also be applied to AI. But AI has been around for a long time, and blockchain has been around for more than 10 years. So what is motivating the intersection of AI and Web3 now? Why is now the time that this is happening? And I would argue that the reason this is happening now is because we have had some strong advancements in the AI space, as you've seen with LLMs and generative AI over the last 2 years. The basic breakthrough there is realizing that large models, when you feed more data and more compute into these AI models, they become more intelligent. And that is a fact that was not obvious at all 10 years ago, even to the most plugged-in AI scientists out there. And the other thing that's happening right now is because ChatGPT has become one of the fastest adopted AI products out there, people have had a chance to learn that there's now more at stake than ever in terms of their data. Products like ChatGPT are poised to pull in more data than Google and Facebook, I would say, combined in the past. There's two ways that AI and Web3 can converge. We can bring AI to Web3, or we can bring Web3 to AI. When we bring AI to Web3, we think of this as bringing AI models into a blockchain context. So for example, we could have LLM assistants that are helping us discern the activities that are happening on chain, and maybe even pulling analytics and insights about what's happening. I put in a little picture of the Rabbit device because I imagine that in the future, we'll probably be asking AI assistants like this a lot about what's happening in the crypto world. When I think about applying AI to DeFi, I think about modeling risk, or having models predict volatility, or having an agent that is going around optimizing your particular investment opportunities and satisfying your particular risk appetite. And finally, we've seen some really cool applications in security where reinforcement learning models are learning to find vulnerabilities in smart contracts perhaps better than humans. But the really interesting way that Web3 and AI, I think, converge, to me, is when we bring Web3 to AI. Because when we do that, what we're doing is we're bringing Web3 primitives to the pipeline that produces AI. We're opening and democratizing it. So this means democratization of resources, like big data, compute, and even capital that is required to fit some of these larger models. It means open Web3 style marketplaces for training data, models themselves, and inference. It means working through some serious products and verifiable computation, because this is required in order to create kind of a trustworthy on-chain AI, as we'll discuss a little bit later. And also privacy, like where are our LLM assistants running? Are they running on OpenAI's servers or locally? And what kind of self-sovereign data primitives enable that? And finally, we've also seen AI products just put tokens into their sort of user stories as incentives, which is another interesting angle of how to bring Web3 primitives to AI. When I think about this pipeline that generates AI models, and this is an oversimplification, of course, but I think about people who have the talent to create these models and the mathematical and technical know-how and experience. I think about access to data, because this is a key primitive to create intelligence and models. I think about training, which requires really high-end hardware and a lot of compute to reach the levels of intelligence we see in something like GPT-4. By the way, GPT-4 is a model with 1.76 trillion parameters. So it really requires quite a bit of hardware to train, and time as well. Think about inference, which is the process of getting the outputs of the models so that they could be used in products. And I think about productization, which is what are we actually doing with LLMs, generative AI, and other ML. And one observation that is very obvious and natural to everyone here is that this pipeline is owned by a very small number of large big tech companies. And in fact, if you read some analysis of where kind of hardware is today, the GPU rich are people like OpenAI, Google, Anthropic, Inflection, X, and Meta. And access to compute is very, very difficult to come by for other players. But being actually open in AI is good. I know there's a lot of nervousness out there about AI being safe. But what we're also seeing is that most of the innovation in AI actually happens in open source. This has been to such an extent that last year Google leaked a memo internally that was really pointing to the fact that a lot of technical innovation and optimization in LLM models is happening in the open source world, and Google didn't really have a special advantage there other than, of course, their compute. We also talk about AI safety a lot. And when you listen to big tech CEOs, they say that safety is something that has to be guarded, that has to be worked on internally, and the world needs to be protected from from potentially unsafe models. But what that's saying to me is that these CEOs believe that this incredibly important problem can be solved by a few tens of people working in a private context, 50 people at OpenAI, 100 people at OpenAI. But to me, the real way of making sure that AI is safe is to keep it transparent and to let thousands of engineers work on this problem, maybe even tens of thousands. That's the real way that we get true innovation that makes AI safe. And finally, the more time that you spend with ChatGPT, the more it should become obvious that a single monolithic model cannot really work across all contexts, because people who are querying ChatGPT from India, for example, have a very different cultural context than the people querying it in New York. And what's becoming more and more obvious is that AI assistants will need to be specialized to the tasks, groups, and purposes that they're serving. And that is a world of millions of assistants, not just one monolithic one. How does AI actually go on chain? What does this mean? What this means is that the outputs of AI models become available to smart contracts. And when you attempt to do this, that means that model outputs have to be computed by a node on a decentralized network. And of course, many of these networks are permissionless. There are networks that can be joined by third parties who we don't really know. And the question becomes, well, we can kind of trust OpenAI's API to deliver correct outputs because there's a lot of traditional world checks on whether that output is correct. OpenAI is legally liable. They're being held to account in a social way. But in a pseudonymous, decentralized peer-to-peer network, we don't really have those guarantees. And so in order to actually have an output of a model that we can trust, we have to use a technological process of verification to verify it, make sure it is correct, and we are getting what we're paying for, and we're not being attacked. One way that this has been done recently is through zero-knowledge proofs, right? We can use ZK to verify the outputs of models in a way that will ensure their correctness. And of course, this also comes with a trade-off. When you take a 1.76 billion parameter model like GPT-4, we just don't have the scale in zero-knowledge computation today to serve that kind of output and to make it verifiable. It's not possible today. However, the state of the art is probably like a few millions of parameters that we can verify using ZKML today. And the insight that I want to give you about that is that there's actually a ton of little models that are incredibly useful and really open up the design space of smart contracts. Like, for example, if you wanted to do facial recognition, you can very well fit some facial recognition model inference into a ZK verification framework. And that means that we could do things like build wallets that use your face as a security factor, and that's really cool. At CoinFund, our basic thesis is we think that Web3 can bring a lot of openness and democratization to the AI pipeline. And here's a little history of some of the things we've done in this space. Notably, we published our Web3 and AI intersection thesis in September of 2022. And we've been investing in the intersection since 2021. So WorldCoin was our first investment there. This is a startup that's speaking to disambiguating AIs and humans. And I'll go through some of these other investments as well. And more recently, we have a couple of portfolio companies, Polyrap, who has gone into the area of agents, and Upshot.xyz has recently launched Allura Network, which is a kind of a decentralized network for machine intelligence. We've done a lot of work in this area at CoinFund. Our most recent announcement has been around Bagel Network. And we can think of Bagel as a kind of open, autonomous marketplace. You might think of it as a data layer for AGI, or autonomous agents. And you can also think of it as a collaborative technology, where think of it as like kind of a GitHub for machine learning data, which could be data used for trading. It could be used for RAG. Bagel, we led Bagel's seed round, and they're hiring. Jensen is working on an incredibly difficult problem of decentralized training of AI models. Not just distributed training, but decentralized training, which requires verification of training. I'm sorry, I'm not sure why this is doing that. I think that Jensen is probably the only company in the world that I know of that has taken the primitives of AI mathematics and ZK mathematics and has come up with a verifiable training scheme. And of course, they're also, along the way, working on democratizing the compute for training. Why do we want to do this? This creates a really high level of automation long term. And when Jensen thinks about the future, they're thinking about putting compute in a configuration where models can be building models, and we can be making exponential progress in this area. Giza, GizaTech.xyz, is a company that uses Starkware and Cairo to bring AI model inference on chain so that you could use them in smart contracts. And the way that they do this, they take this format called Onyx, which is used to store neural network weights, and basically transpiles them to Cairo so they could be proven with ZK and Starks on StarkNet. What this does is it enables a very, very practical approach to using AI outputs in a fully verified way in the smart contracts. And Giza's been out with their framework Orion now for close to about a year. People at hackathons use this, and very, very excited to see what people will build on this in the future. But the very practical sort of set of applications that we're actually seeing in the market right now is using machine learning models to empower DeFi applications. Again, this is things like measuring risk, optimizing your yield across different opportunities. And Giza is launching very practical products that people can use to augment DeFi in this way. Sindri is a SaaS for highly performant zero-knowledge proving, and of course, a lot of this proving is is today used for things like ZK rollups. But I think over time, it will go to ZKML as well, as we need more and more and more verifiable computation. Sindri is not just about proving, but actually helping developers and engineers manage the entire pipeline for their ZK circuits. And they support multiple ZK systems and make the development around them really, really easy. And finally, WorldCoin, the first project that we invested into in this intersection, is, among other things, creating best-in-class Sybil resistance. I think this is an incredibly important primitive in decentralization. And Sam Altman's vision is the disambiguation online of who is an AI and who is a human. I also think that WorldCoin has been very, very misunderstood. To me, WorldCoin is one of the most Web3 values-compliant privacy technologies, and hands down, the best implementation using hardware, of course, for proof of humanity. There's still a lot of open issues in the intersection of AI and Web3. Notably, compute is hugely bottlenecked by companies like NVIDIA, Microsoft, and so on. And a big open question is, will Web3 open networks be able to source enough compute to compete or compete in time? And what's sort of encouraging here is that there's a lot of work being done to move training and inference to commodity GPU hardware, as well as some examples in the market of decentralized networks already running consumer applications that require inference. Other issues might include the scalability of zero-knowledge proofs as a verification mechanism. Privacy is a huge issue because even a decentralized network, when you send your job to be inferenced, your counterparty still might see some of your private data. So how do we protect the privacy of people who are querying these networks? There's also a human element here, right? Historically, AI folks have been very hesitant to adopt Web3, but that is changing as people like Andrej Karpathy and Elon are tweeting about decentralization. And finally, will the product suite in AI Web3 be compelling? And will they make money? That's my talk. If you're building in this intersection of AI and Web3, we'd love to hear from you at CoinFund. We'll talk to anyone about their idea in this space. Please follow me and our firm. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Ren. I'm an engineer at Electro Capital, and today we're going to be talking about some trends in crypto from VC and more from an investing perspective in terms of following developers within the crypto industry. I'll let the others have a chance to introduce themselves, maybe try and keep it to 30 seconds each.
Thank you, Ren. Hi, I'm Celine, principal at Borderless Capital. Borderless invests in mostly crypto infrastructure and also a lot in DePIN.
Hello everyone, James, founder and CEO of DFG. So we are a crypto investment firm. So I started the company back to 2015. So we right now manage $1 billion. So we are a long-term believer for crypto.
Hi there, I'm Felix, partner at Greenfield Capital. We are a European crypto fund, 135 million euros in our latest fund, and we invest across DeFi, infrastructure, and consumer within crypto.
Great, thanks. So I thought maybe a good place to start, given the approval of the BTC ETF and the strength of the inflows into the ETF over the past few weeks that we've seen, maybe we can start with talking about the impact of mainstream capital entering crypto. I know, James, you spend a lot of time looking at public markets and liquid markets in crypto, so would you mind maybe starting us off with your take on the impact of mainstream capital entering crypto?
Sure, thanks for the question. So I feel like the ETF approval is pretty big, because right now we have the approved guiding in January. Right now it's the end of February. We already have more than $7 billion flowing into the Bitcoin ETF. People are seeing that the Grayscale Bitcoin ETF is selling the tokens. Well, that doesn't necessarily saying that the GBTC holder is selling. Maybe they just want to selling GBTC and exchange for IBIT, right? They are looking for like a lower management fee for that, because GBTC is 1.5%, the other is like a 0.2, 0.3%. So they are just looking for lower fees. So the net inflow for Bitcoin ETF right now, probably less than 2 months, is more than $7 billion. So I think this is way better data than gold ETF. So which means that the mainstream capital is very bullish on Bitcoin. And we will have also the deadline for a certain ETF in May, right? So that will also trigger some more capital flowing to the crypto space and trying to buying Ether, basically. So we will see overall, I guess, my prediction will be somewhere between $30 to $40 billion coming to the industry this year and buying Bitcoin or Ether. So this is actually pretty important data, because we are not just counting on the capital in the crypto industry to trigger the bull market, right? So we also have much more mainstream capital coming to the industry to buy these mainstream assets. So this is actually very important to the industry.
From the builder perspective, have any of you seen builders thinking about building projects in a different way on kind of the assumption that more and more mainstream capital and TradFi rails get built out around crypto? Curious if either Felix or Celine, you've seen cases where builders are thinking a little bit differently about the types of products that they're taking to market.
I think generally builders just maybe to some extent expect prices to increase, and therefore also, like, whenever we see crypto prices increase and kind of the market sentiment turning more bullish, we see DeFi yields increase based on increased leverage. And I think like one of the big opportunities here, and what I'm seeing projects building towards, is like building much simpler UX for kind of new DeFi users. And as basically there is much more mainstream attention again on crypto, since like the Bitcoin ETF, I think heavily legitimizes the industry actually, and maybe an Ethereum ETF coming up, and that I think that draws in a lot more attention, and then should, I think, also trickle down towards kind of more crypto native products.
Yeah, I agree. I think now they know that they can go beyond just the crypto audience. So knowing like from a communication perspective, how can you actually like expand your project to a more traditional mainstream retail that is now coming back. We're still not at that stage of the curve. Where I had a couple conversations during Denver. Is like, are your normie friends calling you back yet? Some said yes, some said no. But it's also some companies going towards not only crypto VCs, depending on what they're building, and being a little bit less shy about splitting their cap table between crypto VCs and also VCs that might be tackling whatever category they're doing. So overall, it's very good for the market. I think it's reaching the next kind of stage. We definitely need to be careful about valuations, as like a lot of capital is coming again, and making sure that we stay like humble and focus on development. But overall, it's good to have that validation and that stamp from the bigger guys. So yeah.
Switching gears a bit and thinking about as more and more users enter the crypto space. Today we have Ethereum's layer 2s. We have many layer 1 networks competing with Ethereum and smart contract chains as well. Kind of curious to hear your take on how that competitive dynamic might shake out, and how the cross-chain type of ecosystem that we have today might play out.
Yeah, I think I guess there's a lot of debate around two different kind of visions towards how to scale, like the modular thesis with many layer 2s coming up, app chains in the Cosmos ecosystem, I guess other ecosystem also having their different technology stack with multiple parallel kind of separate chains, and then the monolithic or integrated stack. And I think one of the major trade-offs and one of the kind of, I think, big advantages of public blockchains or of Ethereum generally is composability, and we are sacrificing that with the L2 ecosystem currently. And I guess that would speak more for the integrated stack, making it much easier for developers to build composable applications that build on top of each other, and I think that's really the superpower. However, I think, more recently, there's a lot of buzz in developer circles around shared sequencing, where basically it should be possible to have synchronous composability across layer 2s, and kind of reducing that trade-off to some extent. And I think another very interesting trend is chain abstraction, where basically you could, as a user, you could have one account on a chain that then opens you up access to multiple different chains, and as an end user you don't really need to know which chain you're interacting with, and maybe there's some curation layer of what are the chains that have sufficient trust guarantees for that specific end user, and then using intent infrastructure to basically, so users only need to sign messages about what they want to do, and then you have solver networks also across chains serving the user in an automated way, giving, and those solvers competing even, and giving the best deals and execution across different chains and layer 2s. And I think, I'm excited about that, and I guess we need to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. And I think cross-chain is actually pretty important, because we have all the different layer 1 protocol here trying to basically solving the scalability issues. I say I'm fast, I'm secure, which is great, but it causes a problem is the liquidity is a little bit isolated here. Of course, Ethereum is still dominant market. The TVL for Ethereum is around $53 billion, but you still have more than $30 billion TVL elsewhere in Solana, in Avalanche, in all these kind of layer 1 protocols. And we can see liquidity, once liquidity become isolated, then it created a problem about, if you don't solve the cross-chain, then it would be a big problem. Basically, I just want to buy a Solana NFT, then, or I just want to trade on the DEX in Avalanche or whatever. That is, liquidity is not good enough. If you aggregate all the liquidity together, it will be a much more efficient market. So that's why cross-chain solution is here. And also we can see a lot of big projects related to cross-chain haven't got listed, right? Wormhole, Layer 0, they are not listed. But I calculate a little bit about the market cap about listed token of cross-chain solution, somewhere only like a little bit more than $4 billion. So that's way too small for me. We should have a market with a market cap more than probably at least $20–30 billion for cross-chain, could be bigger. So that is actually what I see is really cross-chain have a really good kind of potential to grow in the future. As DFG also investing into some of the cross-chain solution like Zeta Chain, just getting this on Coinbase and OKX, we are definitely looking for more good, cross-chain solutions to invest.
Yeah, agree with you both and love that question. More or less, like the thesis for this year is very much focused on cross-chain infrastructure. We do believe that fragmentation is a massive issue, and each blockchain, whether they're layer 1s, layer 2s, they all have, their advantages and their challenges. And I think there is beauty in being able to aggregate the liquidity as well as the users and having a more seamless experience. And so, as James mentioned, there is a lot of tools, a cross-chain messaging protocol and bridges that have gone through kind of the cycles of and being more robust right now. So there is a massive opportunity. So Borderless, we have a strong partnership with Wormhole, and it's really helping a lot of existing companies as well as new companies kind of thinking about how can they expand. So they might start with one ecosystem, and then they want to broaden horizon to unlock different features or having more users. And then there's also solutions that enable better cross-chain infrastructure. So just to give a couple examples, one would be Movement Labs. You guys might have gone to Modular Day. that happened a couple days ago here. And so they enable to code using the Move language on different blockchains. So it's a network of Move blockchains, and they have also different things like shared sequencer, et cetera. And then another example would be Noble Assets, which enables to bring liquidity directly, native USDC on Cosmos, which has been like a big step for the Cosmos ecosystem. So they have more than 150 million USDC on Cosmos right now. And so solutions like that really help kind of aggregating all different ecosystems together, we think are very important. And then we'll see long-term what sticks most. But as of today, is how can we be stronger as a crypto ecosystem in general?
Thanks. Another point, maybe also related to the topic of fragmentation, is also the fragmentation and diversification of both crypto users and developers, not only within the US, but abroad. I'm a bit curious to hear your take on what is the difference in terms of the crypto industries within your respective regions. It's quite rare because we have representation from Europe, from Asia, from the US. So maybe providing a different perspective to the builders and developers and founders out there about some insights from your respective regions that they might not necessarily hear day to day.
Yeah, I mean, generally we've seen actually a lot of developer influx in Europe from the US specifically, especially Southern Europe. Like I'm based in Lisbon, for example. Like kind of generally as a fund, we're kind of spread out all over Europe, Eastern Europe as well. Specifically, traditionally there was like Berlin has been a pretty strong hotspot, Paris as well. I think like Berlin specifically, like being very strong in terms of privacy, and having like that ethos based also kind of from like I guess the older days of like spies and kind of protecting against surveillance, and generally I guess Europe it's a very important value also being reflected in regulation in the GDPR for data protection. And I guess maybe that's also one reason why Europe has been lagging a little bit in terms of tech traditionally compared to the US, because Europeans are a bit more concerned about data privacy. And I think with crypto, we do have a chance basically to have like these like distributed organizations that are basically built in many spots at the same time versus like having like this one center that was Silicon Valley for tech. And yeah, I think it's a big chance for Europe, and also with MiCA regulation. I think it's a step in the right direction to have uniform regulation in Europe at least, and that's one of the big, like we did a survey, for example, across builders last year, and the number one barrier that was being mentioned is regulatory uncertainty. And I think, yeah, if we have regulatory certainty or more regulatory certainty, then a lot more builders are actually willing to take the leap, I think, and also corporates and institutions, and that, yeah, I think that will be a big enabler.
Yeah, I think overall we're in an open, decentralized world. So basically, crypto, every project, all the investors, people are doing crypto adoptions everywhere in every country. But I think on like a marketing perspective, if you are being localized enough in one country, then you just can do great adoption in this country. It will definitely benefit the project as well as the whole industry. I just give you an example of one of our portfolio called R-Star. So the founder is Japanese. It is basically, I would say, probably the blockchain of Japan. So that's what they defend themselves. So the founder, I saw actually his giving a speech at Japan, in Japanese, which I don't understand what he's saying, but I can feel the passion about it and how Japanese people love R-Star. So that's one great example is, if you really, if you're a project, then make sure that, you are going to be focused on the jurisdiction that you are good at. Just do marketing and do adoption. That's going to benefit your project. Then later on, once you have a solid foundation, I guess you can try to expand and go to other jurisdictions and do more adoption there. So I think that would be a good kind of marketing strategy. And that's also my advice to the project. Just make sure you have a solid base, then you can expand.
Yeah, on our side, I think so more than 50% of Borderless's investment are abroad. So we have a very strong base in Latin America. David Garcia, the co-founder, is also co-founder of Ripio, which is the Coinbase of Latam, if we want. And so it's interesting because I realized, talking to a lot of people, that there's a lot of very, very powerful projects in that region that might not be known from like a US perspective. I think this is going to keep going. We could see a lot of companies but before thought they had to go to Silicon Valley or to the US to actually find funding, and now you see reverse. It's like actually VCs begging to have access to places like Latam, like India. We have a great team in the audience, actually. They're building on the data side. Coming from there. So I think it's definitely important to have, that communication in person and have that part of like the travel. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of that, more acceptance in those regions. And Asia also, obviously, Hong Kong and all of those places, the regulations are friendlier and friendlier. But I think there's big shifts, especially, Argentina, there was one of the most watched speech at Davos this year, and really dabbling down on those markets that we've seen for a long time that had this high potential due to just how big the population is and the problem that they have with inflation, etc., and how fast people can adopt new technologies. But I think this year, with all the new regulations, it's actually really having a true change. So yeah, from our side, we're really trying to expand, double down on the zones and location that we actually have access to, and trying to have that engage, that dialogue with also a team in the US that might want to expand in those regions to help them actually have offices there, etc.
Yeah, that makes sense. I want to spend maybe the rest of the panel talking about some of the areas that you all think are coming next. So whether it's something like DePIN, crypto AI, BTCL2s, maybe what's one area that you're looking into currently, or you think will be the next wave of either on the protocol side, the infrastructure side, or the application side for this year, next year, and the year after?
I can start, I guess. I briefly touched upon it earlier. I think one big enabler for better user experience and also actually bringing new or like better business models towards interfaces and aggregators is intense. Where we have been investing in that segment, looking further into it, basically, where I guess there's a big opportunity. I think that like currently there's a lot of value being leaked to the infrastructure layer, to the layer ones through kind of MEV and like block space is kind of increasingly built up for, and if you can have like order flow auctions and similar things like that at the solver layer, kind of towards the front ends and interface and aggregators, then you can return actually much more of that value towards the end user, and I think aggregators can capture some of that value, and like overall, I would say like we're building, or I guess from the get-go, we're kind of committed to building DeFi as a new financial system that's more resilient, that's more transparent. You can verify inputs and outputs in a much clearer way, that's to reduce counterparty risk, systemic risk in general. And so far, we've seen some real-world assets being onboarded onto crypto rails, but I think, yeah, that will be, for me personally, that's like the end game, that we basically represent real-world assets to a much greater extent on-chain and leverage that infrastructure that has been built over the years and that has continued to be built ultimately to provide a lower cost of capital to businesses and better risk-adjusted returns to investors based on just the efficiency gains, more transparency, automation, lower counterparty risk, what I mentioned. And yeah, that's one of the segments that we're investing in.
Yeah, I think overall speaking, we have a pretty healthy competition here. With the new narrative about DePIN and AI become very popular, it actually forced some of the mainstream projects belongs to so-called old narratives make a lot of positive change. For example, we see MakerDAO using the treasury to buy back the tokens. We also see recently the Uniswap deploying really, actually share their protocol fees to all the token holders when they do staking. So actually, I'm not sure whether if we don't have this kind of new narrative, then the capital don't flow into them. Maybe it will at least not that quick for this kind of mainstream project to make this positive change. So overall speaking, I think we are in a pretty healthy competition model. I'm pretty sure that in the next kind of, this year or probably next year, we will see also the growth about the old narrative, so-called old narrative like DeFi, because they're making positive change. Also NFT and gaming as well. Taking NFT as an example, there's one company we invest called Petkanics. They do very, very good kind of adoptions, and Bored Ape seems to me a little bit stuck there. So then, it refers to the secondary market. Then, the price per Petkanics just flipped Bored Ape like a month ago. So that's actually, it's actually, about old narrative like DeFi, gaming, NFT, these kind of things. You need to have either innovation or making positive change for this to grow, right? So with the new narrative pushing you for that, I will pretty much sure we will still see the growth of this old narrative. With the new narrative beyond the DePIN and AI, I think there could be something we may not even think about that right now then could become super popular like 6 months later. We just don't know about it. I'm thinking about whether we can put in, for example, like biotech data on chain or things like that, right? So it should be something that people haven't think about, and which probably are not entirely bullshit, right? And then this could be the potential next narrative, but I'm not just sure about what that is, but I'm pretty sure there will be a new narrative beyond DePIN and AI as well.
To double down on DePIN, I think is really interesting because of the launch of Helium Mobile this year that has really kind of made a big splash, and now you can get this like $5 plan in the US, which is unseen, and that's really breakthrough innovation in the telecom space. DePIN is something that's helping going back to mainstream adoption and what is the capital and just the acceptance of mainstream going to do. I think this is something that's very easy to understand for people. It's not easy in terms of the application and how do you create the tokenomics, etc. They've gone through a lot of iteration and the meet and burn, this equilibrium for different companies that they have to think about that very deeply before launching a DePIN project. So when you look at, some of, whether it's Hive Mapper or Helium, it's like, how do you think about deploying different hotspots or different devices in different locations, and how do you make sure that there's not too much in one location and then you have an oversupply in one location and you need to give all those tokens and then there's all those problems. All of that is being thought through very deeply right now, and this is making breakthrough changes. There's so many other interesting application, decentralized GNNS for geolocation, flight trackers, and a lot of them that we don't even think about that are very industry specific. Something else that is going to take longer, but FHE, fully homomorphic encryption, is something that we're looking at. I think it's still quite early, and we're learning in that category, but that's quite interesting. Also, development on the privacy side with more evolution on the ZK side. That's something that's quite interesting. And then, there's always we don't know what we don't know, and there's always a narrative that pops up and that's taking all over Twitter or X that we never thought about before. So that's good that we're going to have that.
To dig a bit deeper, so crypto as an industry oftentimes gravitates towards things that are net new. We always have these new narratives that always seem to take the industry by storm. When thinking much longer term, sometimes it's easier to think about the aspects of either human psychology or the industry or the underlying technology that are invariant. So what might be some aspects of crypto, whether it's user behavior, whether it's something about the underlying blockchain technologies that you think will not change, or that type of behavior will not change over 5-10 years?
I touched upon it briefly. I think what will not change is that investors will always want to optimize risk-adjusted returns, and businesses will always want to raise capital at the lowest cost of capital and as fast as possible. And I think DeFi ultimately can optimize that and bring different parties together on a global marketplace. And maybe one more thing in that respect, and also relating to privacy, what you mentioned, I think compliance is a really important puzzle piece, and we have been investing in that segment as well. But I think it's super important that we still kind of can square that with privacy as far as possible. And I think privacy is important for everyone, but I think especially for businesses and institutions, it's super important because you don't want to reveal all your activity on chain to your competitors, and I think that's also not going to change. And I really like the quote, privacy tech is collaboration tech, because if you can keep your data private but still kind of prove certain aspects about what you're willing to do, or even contribute to privacy preserving machine learning, that's super powerful, I think.
Yeah, I think overall speaking, the innovation is the only thing that I think won't change in the crypto industry, because the industry changed so fast. And if you do very good in the last bull run, it doesn't make any, if you get stuck there and relying on what you have achieved, then you probably won't do anything good in the next bull run, right? So this is really important, because innovation always happens in this industry. So you just cannot stop building, not stop thinking about new things to build and problems to solve. I think that's the beauty of the industry.
Nothing specific to add. It was quite complete.
Maybe the second last topic. When there's obviously a lot happening in crypto, a lot of different sectors and areas that builders are building for, what are some of the ways that you keep on top of developers in terms of following developers, where development activity is going, and just trying to hone in different areas that you want to spend time on?
We're definitely grateful for Electric Capital's reports, first of all. And I think it's just having ongoing conversations with portfolio companies. They're the best reporters of what's going on in different ecosystems from a tech perspective and also a political perspective, because there's always some of that, you know, in terms of the tech. The one thing that might not change is also, yeah, the fact that there's always, as in any industry, any company, there's always some political aspect, but that's also the beauty of open source. There's always room for change on that side. And so, yeah, I think having, you know, making sure you have enough bandwidth, whether it's a person internally that's wearing the platform hat in terms of the platform role, so portfolio management, or having one of the partners in charge, making sure they allocate that time is very, very important. And yeah, all the best information we have is really from the portfolio companies. So there's obviously on-chain data, and you can look at doing dashboard, et cetera, to just have kind of raw data, and then to kind of understand a little bit more in terms of the depth is just having this kind of off-the-record conversation with builders and also protocols. So we're lucky at Borderless to collaborate with so many protocols that actually invest in funds and that we invested in the ecosystem, whether it's, you know, anything from Aptos, Polygon, Monad, I mentioned Move earlier, and so kind of having that, and also talking to other fellow VC firms that we do a lot of collaboration with, and sharing those perspectives on what they're seeing on their side on different parts of the world. So I think just like communication is key, and everything that, you know, you should keep the best deals for yourself, and that once you put a check in the company, that's it, and hope it's going to 10x or 100x or 1000x. It's just key for success is really communication plays a big part.
Yeah, I totally agree. For us, I mean, we also want to make sure we use all the product. So once we have, you know, used the product, we know definitely the update, and also what things to improve, what things are already being good. And I'm not a tech background, but our CTO, you know, he do a lot of due diligence on the GitHub account, you know, check the update of GitHub. You know, that's also important. I learned a lot from him. Yeah, I think just like being more practical and using the product, check the code is really the most realistic ways for you to learn more information. And also, as you mentioned, that, you know, talking to different people, talking to different VCs, different builders also help us a lot, help us learn a lot about the new ideas, new narrative, new thinkings about industry. So yeah, on one hand, I think just stay at home, do more due diligence using the product. On the other hand, just go out, talk to more people. I think both strategies are actually very useful for getting new info.
Yeah, I will just very briefly comment. Also, portfolio founders, they make the best introductions usually, and like events like ETH Denver, they're super cool, like immersing yourself with developers, like talking to hackers, and I guess you can do your research online, but like I guess just randomly stumbling into some interesting people at a conference also is always good.
Great. We have 1 minute left for the folks who stuck around for the whole panel. Definitely appreciate it. Maybe in 15 seconds each, what's one contrarian or spicy take to end the panel on?
Just hold.
I think we need better governance in crypto that goes beyond code is law and token holder voting and multisigs. And I think, yeah, having, like, we have invested into one project called Q that does arbitration rooted in international private law, where you can have basically nuanced judgment for overseeing governance and providing shared governance security. And I think, yeah, that's going to be a big unlock to bring the credibility for mainstream adoption.
Yeah, on our side, just the big bet that we're making on interoperability could sometimes be seen as contrarian. Usually it's kind of pick your ecosystem, or at least a couple of them. We're staying pretty agnostic, so that could be seen contrarian. Yeah.
Great, thanks. Thank you, panelists, for your time today. Definitely not easy to take 35 minutes out of the busy conference week. So definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, I'm Bowen from NEAR, and today I want to talk about stateless validation and how it solves the scalability problem. So let's start with a problem that maybe many of you here are familiar with, which is the state growth problem, and it's a huge obstacle to blockchain scaling. Basically, the problem is as follows. As a blockchain gets used more and more over time, the state would accrue through usage of transactions, people calling smart contract, more people creating accounts on the blockchain, so on and so forth. If we take Ethereum as example, I think the state size has been growing at about tens of gigabytes every year. And obviously this depends on how exactly you count the size of the state, because with Merkleization or with the MPT structure, there comes this overhead with many hashes in between. But anyways, the state is estimated to be several hundred gigabytes today, and it's keep growing. The problem with that is it becomes more and more expensive for people to operate a node, whether that's a validator node or just people want to operate a full node. And at some point, this problem would become so severe that it becomes very difficult for people to keep up with the operation of the network. So what are some of the solutions we have to this problem, since it is not new? Even I think at the beginning of Ethereum, people have been thinking about the future and how they would address this problem. So I think there are generally two directions people are exploring. One is sharding. So basically the idea is that instead of having one global state, we divide the state into many states of smaller shards, and none of the nodes in the network actually need to store the entire state. And the other direction is state pruning. So this is the idea that even though the state itself can be very large, let's say on the order of several hundred gigabytes or even larger, you don't actually need all that state all the time. For example, when you execute a block, there is a gas limit associated with that, and it naturally implies that there is a limited set of state that you can touch during the execution of the block. So what you really need is that you really need the state that's needed for execution of a specific block. So the idea is that can we find some way to store only the state that you need for the execution that you need to do? And this is where the stateless validation idea comes in. The idea was originally proposed by Vitalik back in 2017. And roughly the idea is as follows. Instead of every single node in the network having to maintain the entire state in order to execute and verify the execution, the network's divided into two rows. There is the validators who do not maintain any state locally, and they rely on state witness to execute the blocks. On the other hand, there are block producers who is responsible for producing blocks. Obviously, they maintain the state locally, and they also produce the state witness. So the state witness here is just a glorified word for saying that all the state pieces that are touched during the execution, and also the proof that it indeed belongs to the correct state root. So if a validator receives state witness, then they can verify that the state witness indeed are referring to the state that belongs to the state that's specified by the state root that they know. So this idea is called weak statelessness. Basically, there's still some entity in the network who's maintaining the state, but the vast majority of nodes in the network do not actually need to store the state locally. So the advantage here is that because the validators, or like majority of them, don't need to store any of the state locally, it relieves this huge storage pressure from them. And also it eliminates this downstream problem where like the validators don't really need to think about what happens when the state grows large, because they themselves don't need to store any state locally anyways. So for each block, they would receive the state witness required to execute that block, and they just do the execution based on that and verify whether the execution is accurate or not. So on the other hand, the block producers, they do need to store the state, but roughly the idea is that there only need to be a few of them in their entire network, and because of this, they can afford to operate more expensive hardware and potentially get more reward as a result. So this asymmetry of rows may feel strange at the very beginning, but it's actually a very elegant design to reduce the overhead of the network and improve decentralization. So this idea is roughly that a small portion of the network need to operate more expensive hardware, but at the same time, they're not gaining disproportionate power to control the network. So the block producers here, yes, they do run more expensive hardware, they do more stuff, like not just producing the blocks, but also producing the state witness and distributing the state witness. But there's not much they can do more than what they can already do today. For example, they can decide what transactions they want to include. They can decide what transactions not to include. But beyond that, there's no way for them to crop the network by themselves because the validators would actually validate all the execution and the state witness as well, verify that they actually belongs to the correct state. Also, the execution is also verified by running the blocks through the state witness provided by the block producers. So on the other hand, validators themselves are pretty cheap to operate, and because of that, there could be a lot of them, and that's definitely beneficial for the decentralization of the network. Now, I would argue that this is great, but it's not a full solution for the scaling problem. So the main problem here is that while this introduction of this asymmetry of rows greatly reduces the pressure, the hardware pressure on most of the nodes in the network, we still cannot just simply ignore the block producers. So basically, the state growth problem still exists for them. And if we don't deal with this problem, it means that at some point, let's say the state size reach on the order of several terabytes, it will still become difficult for block producers to actually store them and operate them, because it's not just about storage, they also need to be retrieved in a relatively fast way when you actually execute a block. And the failure to do so may cause degradation of the performance of the network. And also, just to actually operate those block producers, it should not be so prohibitively expensive that only 1 or 2 people are able to do it. Still, there should be a handful of those block producers. Otherwise, the network can easily suffer from a liveness failure if those block producers go offline. And that's not what we want. So what solutions do we have to address this problem? In one of the earlier slides, I talked about sharding. To reiterate, this is basically the idea that the global state can be divided into shard states so that no validator needs to maintain the state of all the shards, meaning that they don't need to store them locally, and that the networks generally scales with number of shards. Obviously, there's overhead associated with the scaling. For example, the network needs to coordinate which validators get assigned which shard and how the cross-shard communication actually works. But in general, it scales with the number of shards in the network. So the idea is that we can combine those 2 different approaches together and produce an elegant design that would solve the scaling problem for L1 blockchains. So roughly the idea is as follows. We still have 2 rows in the network. There's the chunk producers, so that means the shard block producers, and the validators. So the chunk producers would be responsible for producing chunks or shard blocks for each shard, and also the state witness associated with those chunks. So the validators, they do not actually need to maintain any state locally in order to do the execution. And the validators, on the other hand, would get rotated on every single block into validating the different shards. As we'll see, this is for security reasons. So in a lot of the earlier designs for sharding, the security assumption is big problems because with the more shards that you have, there's this problem that cannot be ignored, that it's possible for some shards to get corrupted even though the global assumption, the global BFT assumption of no more than 1/3 malicious validators may still hold, meaning that there could be the case that globally there's only 1/3 of validators, but this assignment to shard means that some validators, some shard gets a lot of malicious validators. And there's also this adaptive corruption problem, which is that even though the assignment may be fine, but over time, the validators of a single shard can get corrupted, and they would conspire to produce something like invalid state transition and can mint a lot of token out of thin air, and that's definitely not great. So in the stateless validation design, because the validators actually rotate on every single block, and the assignment to shards are dictated by the randomness beacon provided by the protocol, and it's not possible to bias that. There's a security assumption, obviously, depending on the system parameter, but basically we can make it such that the probability of some shard getting corrupted is extremely low and won't happen in our lifetime. So that is kind of what it makes it secure and avoid the need to having to design this fraud proof, which is very difficult to implement and also to test. So that's not the only benefit. Obviously, as we kind of already talked about regarding stateless validation, the network is more decentralized over time, and because the validators, they don't need to operate expensive hardware, they don't need to store any of the state locally, and the network become more decentralized because of the lower cost of operating a validator. And there's also an interesting benefit as a result of this design change, which is that we can actually try to hold the entire state in memory for execution. So let's say because of this sharding design, we can have many shards in the network, and as a result, it's possible to limit the state, the size of the state for each shard to something, let's say, 50 gigabytes. And for a chunk producer, they can actually operate a somewhat expensive machine, let's say a machine with 64 gigabytes of RAM, which is actually not that expensive today, and actually hold the entire state in memory during the execution. And on the other hand, the validators themselves, when they receive the state witness and do the execution, the state is naturally held in memory. So basically, during the entire execution on different type of validators, the state is always being held in memory, which means we can decrease the gas cost for storage-related operations and make the throughput much faster. So this is also a very future-facing design, because today in this design, the chunk producers would generate state witness, and then they disseminate that to the validators. The validators would verify them, would verify the chunk execution using the state witness. But there is this obviously non-negligible overhead created by communicating the state witness to the validators, and also validator having essentially to do the same execution as the chunk producers. With zero-knowledge proofs, we can actually replace that. For example, the chunk producers, instead of generating state witness, they can generate a zero-knowledge proof, which is much smaller, on the order of several hundred bytes or several kilobytes. And those zero-knowledge proofs are communicated to the validators. The validators, on the other hand, would verify the zero-knowledge proof, which is also much cheaper than doing a verification of chunk execution today. So this is overall would make the system even more decentralized and even more scalable, because it's going to be way cheaper to operate a validator under this assumption. So this design that I just talked about, we already implemented, already almost done with implementation at Near. So if you're familiar with Near, you probably know that we had this nice sharding design back in 2019. And we recently updated the design to include the stateless validation change. And we're currently running a incentivized testnet. So if you're interested in learn more about that, you can find it at near.org/stakewars. And also you can scan this QR code if you want to learn more about the technical details of the design. So this would link to the updated white paper that talks about all the details of how it works on a much deeper level. And we're aiming to launch mainnet at the end of Q2. And hopefully that would bring a lot more scalability, transaction throughput to the network. And yeah, that's it for my talk. Thanks.
Hello. Okay. Hi. Hello, everybody. My name's Sevi Cisneros. I guess we'll get started here. So I'm a cryptographer with Semiotic Labs. We are core devs of the Graph protocol. And today I'm going to be talking about ZK coprocessors. And so just real quick to get a feel, who has heard of a ZK coprocessor? Okay, a handful of people. Nice. So my goal with this talk really is to kind of just talk about them at a high level. So for those of you who haven't heard about them, hopefully you'll come away with an understanding of what they are and how they fit in this blockchain context. And then I also want to talk about, so we're working on the Graph protocol. I want to talk about how the Graph protocol can use ZK coprocessors or be used as a ZK coprocessor, and the things that we're kind of planning for this coming year to build on top of it. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so up first, just to get a feel of what coprocessors are. All right, so anybody know what this is? It's Intel 386, so an early 90s processor, very popular, but it couldn't do floating point arithmetic very well. And so then they invented the i387, which is a floating point unit, a coprocessor, which would supplement the 386. And so basically the 386 would offload floating point arithmetic to this 387. And then when the 387 would do its computation and then feed it back to the 386. And then the 386 could do stuff from there. So that enabled all kinds of things, right? So that enables scientific computing, that enables statistics calculations, all kinds of good stuff could be built now with this system. Now here's another example of something that uses a coprocessor. So this is a smart card. A lot of these smart cards, they have a little microcontroller in there that is used to handle I/O from a card reader and the logic of the card. A lot of them also do cryptographic signing, right? So they'll, elliptic curve signing of messages you use to authenticate with that card. Cryptographic operations, for a lot of us we know here, they're pretty heavy duty, right? Doing modular arithmetic with large numbers, you can't do that on a microcontroller with any reasonable time. You'd be sitting at your terminal for minutes waiting for your transactions to finish. So they invented, a little crypto coprocessor. This is alongside the microcontroller, and you can offload signing and all that stuff to that crypto coprocessor. And again, another coprocessor, right? So the GPUs. And so the point of this is to show coprocessor is a broad definition, right? There's we had floating point units, we had modular arithmetic units, we have graphics processors. It covers a big space. It's a broad definition. They all kind of have one core thing that they do, and it's that they accelerate the performance of the system that's managed by the CPU. So that's kind of the core piece of a coprocessor. It accelerates. And so now let's get into blockchain. So the blockchain, as we know here, it's a new kind of computer, right? It has different strengths and has different limitations. And so it also needs a coprocessor, right? And so now we have a blockchain coprocessor. It's a new kind of coprocessor to offload computation from the blockchain. And then I highlight here, we're talking about blockchain coprocessor first, not directly jumping into the ZK coprocessor. And there's a reason why I'll get into. And so now to try to build some intuitive understanding of what a blockchain coprocessor is doing, let's assume that this balloon represents all of the computation that you need your smart contract to perform. So you need some result from some computation, and this computation is a big, heavy-duty computation. If you do all this computation in your smart contract, you're going to be spending a lot of gas. Right, so big computations, big gas, very expensive, and you may not even be able to get it done. So enter coprocessors, blockchain coprocessors. So a blockchain coprocessor, we introduce some little extra muscle, so the hand squeezing, a proving system, for example, and it kind of distorts that computation. So instead of all the computation having to be done in your smart contract, we can now kind of shift the computation around, and so now we can have these coprocessors, which are doing the computation. And then we have, within our smart contract, maybe just some little piece of computation that just verifies that what the coprocessor did was correct. So kind of to build these analogies, a coprocessor accelerates CPUs in normal land. A blockchain coprocessor saves gas. That's the whole point of it. So you have broad definitions, everything's a coprocessor. The key piece is coprocessors save gas. Okay, now for a little more, less abstract example. So here is your computation without a blockchain coprocessor. You've got your smart contract, you've got some expensive computation or expensive calculation that you need to be run. You've got your input, and then you get your output. And then whenever you want to use this, you make your call to your expensive calculation with your input. Costs a bunch of gas because it's a big heavy-duty computation. And then you get your output, and you do something with it. In the blockchain coprocessor situation, you have a different, something different gets executed in your smart contract. So instead of doing your big, expensive calculation in the smart contract, you just do a cheaper operation, verify expensive calculation. And this takes in kind of 3 inputs now. So instead of just passing your input all the way in, you also take your input, your expected output of the calculation, and then some proof that this was done correctly. And then your verify expected calculation returns some little flag, says is valid, so input does equal output, and the proof says that it does. And then you can use that to do something, right? So kind of the flow off chain, you have your prove. So your prove is proving that your output equals this expensive calculation on your input. You get your proof. Then on chain, you run verify expensive calculation on your input, your output, including your proof. And then if it returns is valid, do something without. So you get kind of you get the same result. You still get to do something with your output, but you get to save big on gas by doing this expensive calculation off-chain and then proving it somehow. Okay, so now blockchain coprocessors. What is a ZK coprocessor? Why differentiate ZK coprocessors? And so this gets into kind of like one of the core things that we do with blockchain, right? Like trust is one of the biggest pieces that we talk about. So ZK coprocessor, the distinction comes down to like who do you trust? And so now we got to talk about trust assumptions, right? And so I've kind of like outlined like 4 high-level trust assumptions that I think kind of exist in our space, right? And we kind of use either implicitly or explicitly. So kind of like the strongest trust assumption is basically trust in authority, right? So you have one central authority, whatever they say is truth. And so you could use, in your blockchain coprocessor, you could have a blockchain coprocessor that is built off of like an authoritative trust assumption, right? So here, in that case, your proof, rather than computing any type of proof, it would just be the authority signs output is expensive calculation. It is correct, right? So they sign it, they say it's correct, your proof is the signature, and on chain you just verify, did this signature come from that authority? Similar things, right? You have quorum, right? So this is M of N trust, so like kind of threshold trust. This is kind of like a multi-sig, right? So you can imagine, DAOs, that kind of thing. You have a group of people who you trust at least half of them, or at least some threshold of them are going to be honest. And so then you could do a similar thing here, right? They all sign a message, aggregate it, on chain you check, did at least M people sign this, then you're good. Optimistic, it doesn't quite fit as well in here, but you get a similar thing, right? You have one of N trust assumptions here. And then trustless all the way down here, this is the holy grail, right? This is why people love snarks, because you no longer have to trust anybody, right? So now your proof here becomes a literal proof. It becomes a ZK proof that your calculation was done correctly. And so that's the holy grail, right? And so really, that's my, I like breaking it out this way and talking about blockchain coprocessors kind of abstracted, because I think they fit, and there's valid situations where you could use each of them with these assumptions. So there we go. So now we've talked about blockchain coprocessors, we've talked about ZK coprocessors, trust assumptions. So what are people doing with this, right? What are people building with blockchain coprocessors and ZK coprocessors? And so the first one I lay out here, this one is kind of it's maybe just more of an observation, right? Or maybe a retcon, saying layer 2s are kind of blockchain coprocessors, or maybe they're more correctly, they're using blockchain coprocessors to prove the state transition function, or the execution of a bunch of transactions in a block. And then outside of that coprocessor, outside of that proving, then they have some logic for handling, sequences of transactions, and then for like updating state in the layer 1. So layer 2s, that's I think a good example of where ZK coprocessor is being used. More explicitly, where the ZK coprocessor word is being used, is kind of like two big places that I've seen. So I've been to kind of surveying, trying to track who's doing what. These are kind of like the two big ones that I've seen. One is like scalable computing, right? So like literally taking your big computation, doing it off chain, making your proof, and then verifying it on chain. And so the use cases here that I've seen the most are this AI ML. And so, for example, like Modulus Labs, they have a setup where they're using snarks to prove. This is like literally one of the things that they're doing. They're using snarks to prove an appraisal price prediction from a machine learning model. I think they're like a gradient descent algorithm. And they're attesting to that proof on chain, right? So they're generating snark proofs, attesting the proof on chain, and then they have kind of like a snark proved prediction. The other big one is related to historical data. So retrieving historical data from a blockchain and proving that that data was correctly or was actually committed to on the blockchain, right? So this is kind of like you think of events get emitted from your contract executions. You can only track like blockchain data back like to the past 256 blocks. So if your data is older than that, you're not going to be able to directly access that data from the EVM. So you need some way to prove that this event was actually emitted. And to do that, we have inclusion proofs, Merkle inclusion proofs to a block. And then you could batch a whole bunch of these together, make a snark that all those Merkle inclusion proofs are correct. And then now you can use that snark proof on chain to say, oh, all this data was committed to on the chain. And so, yes, we see that in storage proofs. And then when people are doing computation on those proofs too. So not only do you prove this data was on chain, you also do some computation on that data and you prove that that data was done correctly. And I also have privacy down here. And I have some question marks on it because I just saw it and I didn't have enough time to dig into it, but it's really interesting, right? So ZK, the true ZK is zero knowledge. All these other things are like the snark part of ZK snarks, but privacy is the thing that gives you anonymity, gives you the ZK piece. And so this is just a chart of the companies that I've seen, and I'm sure I'm missing some, and I'm sure I'll meet some people here who are also building this. But this is kind of like where people are kind of lying, right? So we've got the AI side, we've got Modulus Labs, who are doing some pretty amazing stuff there. We got Giza, Ezekiel, who are building like AI proving infrastructure. They got Space and Time and Aura, who are doing both AI and also proving computations on historical data. And you got Axiom, who kind of kicked off the whole ZK coprocessor meme. And these are guys, Lagrange, Herodotus, Brevis, they're all kind of doing similar stuff with historical blockchain data. Then over here we have infrastructure level. So here we got like Bonsai by RISC-0, which is a big scalable RISC-0 ZKVM. Nexus has their own ZKVM, and they're building their own infrastructure for generating proofs. Same with Neil. And then over here, Pado. So I haven't had enough time to look into Pado, but they have something about privacy, so worth looking into more and seeing where they fit in this space. Okay, I am blowing through time here, so I'm going to try to speed things up. All right, so this is just kind of high-level trade space performance, right? So whenever we talk about snark proving, performance is always kind of like one of the biggest things. How fast can you prove something, especially if you're talking about like an AI inference, and inference is already expensive. How much more expensive is your snark going to be proving being on top of that? So these are the different ways that people kind of handle this. So one, you can start with a custom proving system. So rather than using like Plonk with KZG, you can kind of design your own proving system from the ground up to be super performant for the specific computation that you're trying to prove. And so Modulus Labs has done this with for ML proving. So they just published a paper on this proving system remainder, which is like tailored specifically to the types of computations that they want to prove. Pretty amazing stuff, right? So, but pretty deep in the stack. It's like at the base layer of your stack. Then when you go like kind of one up, you have your proving system, and then now what types of circuits are you trying to prove? So you have guys like RISC-0, Nexus, the ZKVM crew, who are all building basically ZKVMs, making it easy for people to develop applications that use zero knowledge, right? So you write your code like you would normally write code, compile it to your ZKVM, and then now you can prove that code is executed. So general purpose, very easy to use, but it's not going to be as performant as like an application-specific proving circuit, right? So this is kind of like what Axiom is doing. So Axiom is creating a framework where people write circuits and making it easy to write circuits that might be faster than, than just proving with a ZKVM. There's other things, right? So we've got this infrastructure, these infrastructure groups who are building, different provers. Like, is your prover modular? Like, can you swap out one proving system for another? Can you swap out Starks for Planck, say? So it's an important consideration. And then always, like, this whole thing is getting proof back on chain, right? And so how expensive is your smart contract verification? Another one interesting here, like data availability. So similar how you have like data availability problems with L2s, you have the same kind of data availability problem here, right? The problem is to verify your expensive calculation, you need your input data, right? So you need this input data and the output data to end your proof, right? You need all this data to be able to actually prove that or to actually run your verify algorithm. So if this input is very large, that's going to be pretty expensive. So you probably have similar, so then there's also similar solutions you could use for data availability, right? Maybe just kick off all the data, somebody attests to that data, and then, attest to the data, and then, do your verification, assuming that attestation is correct. So things you can do here, similar to what L2s are doing. Okay, so now the graph in 3.5 minutes, the other half of the presentation. All right, so for those of you who aren't familiar with the graph is a decentralized blockchain data indexing and querying protocol. And so, big thing here is decentralized, right? This is just an cute little figure showing, kind of what the indexing process looks like. Say you've got your contract, emits a bunch of different events. This is how the events get emitted on the blockchain. It's a mess. If you want to be able to access your events, you want, all your yellow events, you need a write indexer to index all the stuff for you. The graph does this for you, right? Sets up the blocks, makes indexing easy for you. The graph is live, right? So the graph is running. This past quarter 4, saw almost 1 billion queries. So it's out there, it's being used. And then here's an important thing, at least to me, the graph is a blockchain network. So here I'm borrowing phrases. Specifically, like what a blockchain network means is the graph can make strong commitments about future behavior, right? So the graph isn't a company. It's not a company that might shut down if it doesn't get funding, right? The graph is a blockchain network. It has a token. It has incentives for indexers to be producing and doing what they do. So as long as the protocol is live, as long as indexers are working, the graph will exist, right? So that's an important thing here. And then the final thing here is the graph is a blockchain coprocessor. And I have an asterisk here because currently it has high trust assumptions. And so let's dig into this, like the graph is a blockchain coprocessor. The first time that I really kind of saw this idea was in Brandon, one of the co-founders of the graph, his Graph Day talk in 2022. And he called it a read-oriented roll-up. So basically, right, reading data from the blockchain, doing some processing on it, so your query transformations, and then returning that data to the consumer. And so currently, the graph supports GraphQL queries, so that's the type of like computations that you can do on the historical data. Soon we're going to SQL and more, right? And so I have a little link here if you can access the slides. Go to this link and check out this talk at Datapalooza by Adam Fuller. Okay, so the graph is a blockchain coprocessor with high trust assumptions. So the graph started out, like many decentralized networks do, as centralized, right? And we're progressively decentralizing, removing points of centralization. And one of the points of centralization is the way that we verify that data is correct is we have an arbitration council who basically manages disputes. So if somebody suspects an indexer of serving bad data, you kick off a dispute with the arbitration council, and then the council decides who is correct here. And so in the blockchain coprocessor space, we could say the graph is a blockchain coprocessor with trust in an authority, a trust in that arbitration council. And so the big thing here is lowering trust assumptions. It leads to greater composability, stronger commitments, and enables stronger commitments about future behavior. So that's what we want to remove. We want to remove arbitration council. We want to be able to provide stronger commitments. We want to make it easier to integrate and put less trust in humans and more trust in math. Yeah, so this is just kind of like the outline. We're going to build a snark. These are the types of things that we need to prove. One, we need to prove that the historical data is correct. So this is like Axiom historical data proofs. This is showing data came from the blockchain. Another big thing is proving that no data was excluded, right? So we're indexing data. If you're trying to build a pricing oracle based off of swap events, if you can skew your oracle by emitting data, right? So you can still prove all the data is correct, but you've skewed it by excluding data. So we can't allow that, right? We need to prove that no data was excluded. And then any computation that you do an average. You need to prove that that average was done correctly on the data. And then other things for the graph that's a requirement, right? Is all of our provers need to be open source, and because we're a decentralized network, everything that we do is open source. Everything that we publish, everything that we put out, it's all open source, it's all available. We're decentralized. It's an unstoppable blockchain network, right? And so the proving system needs to be able to integrate with that type of network. And then queries, we're serving queries with high throughputs, so our proving systems need to be able to keep up with that. And then modularity is actually pretty important here. So we're not going to be able to snark prove everything, and we probably shouldn't snark prove everything. We should be able to have different proving systems for different customers, right? Because different customers have different requirements and all that stuff. So yeah, these are features of the system that we get out of the graph by improving the trust assumptions. And yeah, where are we now? We're currently in the design phase, right? And we're focusing on proving kind of arithmetic queries. So rather than proving GraphQL queries or proving SQL queries directly, we're proving arithmetic queries, like a sum, an average, that type of thing first. Yeah, and we want to ultimately, right? We want a ZK snark-based solution that we can verify on-chain with trustless. And so that's where we're working. If you think you can work with us, or if you're interested in this, reach out. Let's talk. That's all.
You guys hear
I'm
anything?
talking, but it's not. Oh, there we go.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey everyone, I'd like to introduce you to the Creating Peaceful Money panel. I will be the moderator. My name is Jessica Solomon. We'll start with just a brief round of intros as all these guys and myself, a gal, have a number of interesting things that we've done in the space that relate to creating peaceful money. So I actually began my career in crypto as the first community manager at MakerDAO. I started at the launch of single collateral DAI in December 2017. Since then, I've been working in the space on a number of different DeFi protocols, and including some fun stuff in NFTs and all that jazz. And now we have Reza. Reza, do you want to tell us a little bit about your impressive background?
Absolutely. Hi, I'm Reza. I am the DAO lead for Reflexer, and currently I'm working on Let's Get High, which is another fork of Reflexer. And yeah, that's me, excited to be here.
Hey, I'm Joseph Shirizi. I'm the founder of OpenDollar. We're a new over-collateralized stablecoin on Arbitrum backed by liquid staking tokens like Lido ETH and Rocket Pool ETH. We built OpenDollar on the JEB framework that Reflexer and Rai is also built on, and we're bringing new tradable CDPs to the market. Before this, I was working at OpenSea on the marketplace behind Seaport, and I've contributed to Metacartel, a few other DAOs like Raid Guild and Consensus, Gitcoin, and really excited to be on the panel here today.
We're excited to have you.
Hello, my name is Amin Soleimani. I worked at Consensus for a bit and then have built some payment products. I'm the CEO of SpankChain. I built was one of the co-founders of Reflexer, summoner of Moloch DAO, and now working on Let's Get High with Reza, and excited for the peaceful money collaboration that we have going on.
As we all are. So I'm going to start with a little bit of historical context. In recent history, there have been 4 monumental events in currency and monetary policy. In 1913, the Federal Reserve Bank was created. 1971, Nixon eliminated the gold standard and made it illegal to back the dollar. 2011, the Bitcoin distributed network started mining and transacting. In 2015, we had the launch of programmable currency, being Ethereum. And in the future, when we actually think people will look back at all these events, what do our panelists think will be the most significant advancements in currency and monetary policy to come?
I'll take this one to start. I think that the golden age of central banking and currency management is actually ahead of us, not behind us, because for far too long, we just assumed that the central bankers know what they're talking about when they come out and ask us to have faith in them and tell us what the interest rates should be. But what we've discovered and proven and demonstrated empirically with Rai is that you can actually completely automate the monetary policy for a currency. And it more or less works fine. So I think in the future, any idiot is going to be able to run a currency. And that'll result in like a printing press Cambrian explosion of knowledge around currency management. And that'll be what results in the golden age of currency.
All right.
Can I add?
Yeah, I would love for you to add to that.
I think all of human history is going to be separated into 2 time periods. The time before Ethereum, where the only possible way to enforce an agreement between 2 people is with violence, and all of human history expanding into the, humans expanding into the universe forever, and being able to enforce agreements with math using smart contracts or other technology that we haven't even thought of yet. And so we're actually like right at the very, very beginning of this new golden age of peaceful money where math enforces agreements instead of violence.
Well, I'm excited for this new age, but I'd like to know, what is peaceful money? And maybe we can start by defining a negative. What is peaceful money versus non-peaceful money? And I've heard the term flat coin touted around by a number of different important people. What do you guys think of that?
We don't really like flat coin. We're going to start calling it float coins. We are all float coins, not really vibing with the Balaji direction at the moment. As far as like peaceful money versus violent money or non-peaceful money, really, if a currency requires a military to enforce it, then it's essentially being the value of the currency is being backed up by violence. And so the idea with peaceful money is we don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to use the Navy or the entire US military to enforce, or even sanctions, to enforce the value of the money. We can now just use smart contracts to enforce them autonomously. And as long as we are smart about the collateral, I think we can continue to create money that doesn't need thugs to back it up.
Cool. So getting more into floating coins versus flat coins, which we might not like, does it actually make sense to peg to an inflation rate? And what would be the trade-offs if we were to peg to a, say, global inflation rate?
So how do you define what an inflation rate is, right? Is it the rate of the US dollar, like more of it being printed? Because, most US dollars were printed since 2020. So, inflation wasn't 100% at any time in the last, few years. It's been like 15%. And who are the economists that are telling us at the Federal Reserve what the inflation rate is and how much, how much less money you have in your bank account? I think just defining those kind of rates is just giving more power to bankers that we don't necessarily have to do. In terms of like crypto, like the demand for centrally backed stablecoins is mostly from payments and from those type of transactions. USDC is mostly used for payments and for settling payments. But the demand for decentralized stablecoins like RAI and Open Dollar and potentially HAI, most of that demand comes from meeting the demand for for leverage on the underlying collateral, right? And so these are financial tools that are probably more attractive to the people who are creating them, right? Every time you deposit collateral into Open Dollar or RAI or other CDPs, right? You're depositing this collateral, you're minting new stable coins. So the people actually creating the stable coins don't want to mint against something that is more expensive, right? That makes their debt positions worse off and less stable, basically, right? So I want to build something that is for depositors and gives access to capital that normal people don't necessarily always have access to, right? When Jeff Bezos wants to buy a new $500 million super yacht, which he did, he doesn't sell $500 million of Amazon stock. He borrows against it and doesn't pay taxes. So wouldn't it be nice if everybody had access to those same type of financial services and the same type of actually stable coins?
Yeah,
That would be nice.
I'd like to add a little bit color. So, like Balaji came up with this term flat coin. In his definition, I think it means CPI denominated, essentially pegged to the inflation rate, the index of your basket of toilet paper, cheeseburgers, whatever. And so that index is manipulated, like Joseph said, and also it's hard to borrow against because it's an increasing number, so people might not want it. And so this brings us back to like float coins. And the idea of a float coin is that it's short for controlled, peg, floating, stable coin. But that's a lot of words. So we just say float coin. And the cool thing about a float coin in how RAI is designed and how HAI is designed is that it can basically find the equilibrium interest rate that both the holders want and the borrowers want. And expressing it in a dollar is sort of fine for that because even though it is denominated in a dollar, it's not always pegged to exactly $1. The currency can appreciate in value or depreciate in value based on the market forces that are at play. How much people want to borrow against it versus how much people want to hold the coins. And so I think it's a novel mechanism to achieve stability that you can basically fully automate and yeah, it's a better way to achieve sound money for any monetary policy.
Right. So in summary, it sounds like our panelists aren't a fan of the consumer price index for defining inflation because they feel it's A, manipulable by bankers or politicians that are trying to get voted in. And also, it sounds like the consumer price index actually changes with the market of the goods being priced. So digital monetary transactions offer convenience, speed, low cost, but with them does come a loss of privacy. Big banks, large corporations, and the government know how much money we make and what we spend it on. The blockchain does not solve the privacy problem, since all of it is on a public record and people can basically see everything that we do. The transactions are preserved. What steps can we, as the blockchain community, truly take to deploy the advantages of digital money, that being convenience, speed, low cost, but at the same time to preserve privacy without running afoul of government entities that truly respond to any perceived threat on their ability to monitor financial transactions by locking people up? We might be able to think of a couple examples of that.
Yeah, so I think that in America we've gotten pretty used to the surveillance state, but it's not necessarily a global thing. There was one Swiss central banker who I met, and his plans for the central bank digital currency for Switzerland included privacy from the central bank itself as a feature that he was pitching to the users of the currency. Because what you lose when you have a full surveillance system is that you risk every single person's financial transaction history as in a giant honeypot that can be hacked and exposed and is a threat to people in the armed forces or people looking for abortions in states that it might not be allowed. And that is not, I don't know, a great equilibrium for us to settle with. And so I think promoting the legitimate use of privacy for our financial systems in the jurisdictions that appreciate it will lead us to being able to legitimize it in other jurisdictions like ours.
Can I
Yeah,
keep
please.
going?
I would love
Okay.
all of you guys to keep adding on.
Okay. Yeah. So I live in Washington, D.C., and everyone who I know who has organized a mass protest, like the Women's March or other ones of various ideologies, they all use Signal to organize those, right? Which is a private encrypted messaging app. And everyone I know who is a staffer in Congress, in the House or the Senate, they all use Signal. And everyone I know who is an organizer for like women's healthcare or very not always left ideologies or just across the spectrum, like the people who are the most at risk of government crackdowns or being sought after because of their ideologies, no matter what it is, and most at risk of violence happening to them because of the things that they're standing up for and the things that they believe in. Those are the people that need privacy the most and see it. And so there is a segment in our society, in American society, that values privacy, even if I think most people are willing to give it up for convenience. And showing people across every political divide and ideological divide that privacy is like a fundamental human right and makes your life better, also creates a more peaceful society because you're less able to target people based on ideology. So yeah, I think having privacy. If you ever meet someone that is like, oh, Tornado Cash is for North Korea, it's not. It's for normal people who want to pay for healthcare or organize a protest of the status quo. It's for regular use cases, and it can be for normal people too, right? And so crypto might not be for normal people right now. but the existing monetary system is not for peace because of its transparency to bankers and to the government. So if we want to create a peaceful monetary system, I think privacy has to go hand in hand for sure.
Did you just call me weird?
Did I call you weird? No.
So crypto's not for normal people?
Crypto's not right now. I mean, raise your hand if you're in the audience if you consider yourself a normal person. Yeah, like 5%, right?
Well,
so pretty much what I said.
normalcy is in the eye of the beholder, so most of us think we're unique individuals. Well, fiat currencies are backed by the regulatory authority of the fiat government, for the most part. Regulatory authority is enforced by the nation's police and military, typically. Warren Buffett, Peter Schiff, Elizabeth Warren, some of our favorite people, have said that cryptocurrency is hot garbage, or alluded in some sense to cryptocurrency being hot garbage, because they feel it's just ones and zeros with nothing backing it. Since BTC and ETH and other blockchain currencies are not protected by the Marines or Interpol, do the detractors of cryptocurrency actually have a good point?
Can I correct the question? The U.S. dollar is not backed by the U.S. regulatory environment, right? We don't have a law that says you're not allowed to sell the U.S. dollar for other currencies, and there's no law. I think China made a rule recently. You're not allowed to sell Chinese stocks because that will make them go down, right? So the regulatory enforcement does not back any of the value of the dollar. I think it's mostly backed by the assets that the United States controls, which are primarily enforcement vehicles
the
of violence.
nation's police and military.
Right. So and our enforcement that oil trading is done in dollars. Right. What would happen if Saudi Arabia decided to go with the BRICS currency and stop trading oil in dollars? I don't think it would go very well for them. Because of influence, because of the American influence, which is great for me as an American. I love that. It means my dollars are strong everywhere, and my open dollars are strong everywhere too. But there is surely a better way to do it, and to back money by math instead of by these type of violent assets. And that's kind of the idea of peaceful money is. We can enforce agreements, enforce these transactions, whether you're buying and selling oil or something that's even more peaceful than oil. You can have those transactions and have those agreements enforced by math. And to me, the backing of any peaceful money has to come down to the only thing that we know, the only way we know how to enforce agreements is peacefully. I think right now is with smart contracts and with math. So the backing is with math and with assets that are tied to smart contracts.
Would anyone else like to correct my question?
So I think that we want we don't for getting to the whole peaceful money thing. You want it to be collateralized in basically things that don't have an army that you're implicitly paying seigniorage to that funds the army, right? When you're holding dollars, most people don't think about it like this, but you are subsidizing the budget of the government that is using that money to go enforce the strength of the dollar by securing assets in the Middle East, typically the oil transactions. And so if you want to not have that, you need to try to not have your money backed by those things and back it with Bitcoin and ETH, and then try to ideally not have it be rug pullable. And this is one of the cool things that Joseph was saying, where it's like once you have blockchains, you actually reduce the incentive to make the money rug pullable in general, because you can have smart contracts that can conceivably outlive you. In every other currency issued in history, what happens is the issuer of the currency rationally decides, hey, I'm going to rug a bit of this during my lifetime to pay for my crisis because that's convenient for me. And so they make it worth a little less metal, or they, in 1971, they end the gold standard. If MakerDAO, for example, said, hey, we're no longer redeeming our DAI for the assets that are backing it, we would call that theft. But that's what the US government did to the entire planet in 1971, and then was then forced to set up what I call Pool 2 for the US dollar, which is enforcing with the military that the oil is sold for dollars. And sometimes it feels like it doesn't actually even matter who the president is, whether it's a Republican or a Democrat, if the upholding of the dollar requires us to enter into military engagements. And that is what we're trying to meme here in the sense of peaceful money, is this combination of factors that have allowed us, for maybe the first time in history, to build systems that don't have to do that. And that can outlive us and not result in future generations being ridden with debt or war or what have you.
Yeah, I think this question kind of perfectly encapsulates why I at least am here in the first place, and that really, a lot of people think like that. You know, a lot of people hear Warren Buffett say crypto's dog shit, and they're just, like, Warren Buffett's the smartest financial guy in the world, and they just follow along with it. And you'd be surprised how many people I talk to outside of crypto that still think the dollar is backed by gold. People just don't really know how this works, and they take people like Warren Buffett and the other people you mentioned, and they kind of idolize them, put them up on a pedestal, and when they hear these things, they just take it for truth. And the reason why I'm here right now is I want to show people that that's not the case, that we can create something that isn't enforced by militaries, that can have value, that can be fair and transparent and ethical in a sense.
And I'll add something.
This is now my favorite panelist. He didn't correct me.
Yeah, to some extent, right, if we're being honest, there are bitcoins being mined in America, and those bitcoins are paying taxes to the US government, right? And so same with stakers being in America and paying taxes. And so, but you can do the math on like what fraction of the currency issuance is going into the war budget. And ideally, it'll be less. It'll almost conceivably never be zero, but if we can minimize it, that would be cool. And so starting to talk about it is one way to make, we have green this, farm raise that, and it's like, is your money peaceful? Like, have you guys even thought about that?
We've thought a little bit about it, but we're thinking more about it now. So now time for a question that the panelists were quite excited about. Can the philosophy of peaceful money be a large 10? Do the principles resonate with many different political philosophies, or is this just anarchy capitalism only for socialists or for somebody else?
It's definitely not only for socialists. We're all launching crypto protocols, VC funded open dollar, or Amin funded high, or what I would definitely not call it any part of crypto socialism. Maybe there's some universal basic income things there, but those are radical experiments too. So is it a big tent? I think anyone who believes violence is bad, which is most people, not everyone. I definitely know some psychopaths. Okay. But I would wager that most people think violence is bad, and if we can do things that lead to there being less violence globally between people, or between nation states, or between alien races that we run into in the far future when we're still using smart contracts that are still deployed on Ethereum, thousands of years later, having less violence is good, worth pursuing. And the more people that join the big tent and join the ideology of peacefulness and working towards a more peaceful and fair monetary system, I would say that's something worth pursuing.
Right. So peaceful money maybe isn't the thing for war hawks?
Probably not for war hawks, or even if you're holding any, every 401k in America is holding a little bit of Raytheon, right? Which is not bad, right? Tomahawk missiles, super lit. maybe need a couple of those around for something. I think most people don't know I actually have a degree in naval science and studied ship weapon systems once a while ago. But irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant. That's good news.
We can defund, not defund the police, in that sense, but defund Raytheon, and then there will be less missiles, right? Maybe good, depending on what your ideology is, and we can defund, coal power plants by bringing more capital to renewable energy. And whatever type of assets that you want to promote and you want to propagate in the world, you should back stable coins by them and let people make leveraged positions on those. And I want there to be more ETH because ETH is awesome and more people buying ETH and using it in more ways. So we'll make a stable coin backed by ETH, which is a peaceful asset. If you want there to be more renewable energy, make a stable coin backed by renewable energy. If you want there to be more peace, make stable coins backed by peaceful assets. And et cetera. And I think that should be open to many different types of assets and people with many different types of goals.
Yeah, I'll add to this one. We like to think of crypto as a global movement. Like it's not just for America. It's not just for the third world countries. It's for everybody in between. Because inflation is essentially a scam that like every single country on the planet runs against its citizens. And it's more or less for lack of a better plan on the part of the citizens to be like, well, what else are we going to use to do our transactions? How else are we going to back money and use this? And because the government can inflate, they can steal from everybody and then use that money in nefarious ways for wars or violence and so forth. And so if people had the understanding and ability to create their own assets, their own currencies backed by real world assets. Like I got pitched on an almond backed money. That was pretty funny. Energy, water reservoirs, electrical, stuff. That would all be pretty cool. And it would reduce the dependence of those people on the centrally issued currencies that then rob them and then back up that with violence. And so you're no longer, if you're using one of these stable coins that's backed by some peaceful assets, you're no longer directly contributing to the cycle of violence. And so I think this is something that affects everybody on the planet, and we're basically all on the same team against the people who would try to use our currencies against us.
Reza, do you have an opinion on whether or not this is for anarchists, socialists, or somebody else, or all three?
I think these guys covered it perfectly.
All right, sounds good. Now for a question that gets beyond just peaceful money and more into the broader topic of humanity. Some people believe that the only way for the crypto community to detach itself from prying, warlike national governments is to establish a city-state with private security and military and pay an adjacent sovereign government for defense. If such a state was created, I have two questions. Would everyone agree on a single medium of exchange? If so, which one would that be? And also, I'd like to know how we would ensure population growth of a city-state in which 90% of the inhabitants were men.
Yeah, I think she's seen the pictures of the network state meetups.
I've walked by a couple and left.
Yeah. I mean, city-states, yeah, you're going to need some way of securing it, right? Like that, there's no version of the world where you have a military budget that's a zero. It's mostly, if I was participating in this, what I would prefer is for the costs to be explicit, right? Like charge me taxes, let me do the math on whether or not I prefer the taxes. Don't rob me at the level of currency because you think I don't have a better plan, And then if you, specifically about the medium of exchange thing, it's not necessary to have everybody have the same medium of exchange because you can charge taxes in kind for what people are producing or the outputs and or allow several different currencies that you adopt, and if there's like liquid global markets for them, then it doesn't really matter as a level of necessity. Where most people go wrong is they think they can get away with, oh, well, let's just print the money and then the next generation will pay for it. And I think that would lead to a shorter-term city-state than the one I would be interested in building.
Yeah, the business model of printing money, very good business model for the person doing the printing. So if your city-state is owned by some very rich VCs and their business model is to print new money and all of the plebs use it and it's really good for them, that is a great idea for the people that control that. Right, so, great, maybe it will work out for them. I happen to already belong to a digital city-state. It's called RuneScape, and I have a 20-year veteran cape. Okay, so we have our own RuneScape gold currency. It's owned by a company. They can print an infinite amount of it. The market cap of it is actually higher than it would probably be in the top five currencies globally because it's so inflated and valueless in its units, right? So maybe it works out like that. Anyone should be able to launch their own currency. I don't think the government should have a monopoly on creating currencies, right? Right. If you want to make a gold-backed currency, have fun. You should be able to do that. Maybe it will work. And certainly printing dollars or printing open dollars or printing whatever currency Balaji or anyone else wants to come up with is a great business model. But maybe things that a small group of people control and are able to always control the money supply will always end up with the same problems that we have with the US dollar now. And things like open dollar or RAI or HAI that are backed by a limited supply of ETH and can only be minted not by individuals but by a protocol that is permissionless, that is peaceful, that is backed by math, and where monetary policies are controlled by a controller that is a smart contract which everyone agrees to participate in. Maybe that's worth pursuing. Maybe that would be a lot better than what we have now.
Well, it sounds like you guys are pursuing it, so hopefully some of these people use it.
I'll add one more thing, and that's just that you can, so when we talk about the ability to mint the currency, you can make the stablecoin not have and then Joseph can mint the money, right? In the smart contract, it just doesn't have that function. So people, in theory, in the future, should be able to trust these things more and for longer because they don't have the same risk of getting rug pulled in the way that every fiat currency, which has a central bank, which can infinite print at any time, does, because that's essentially a giant honeypot waiting to happen every time. So they'll tell you, hey, it's stable, inflation's going back to 2%, trust us. But then when they feel like it, they'll rug everybody's sense of stability for their own gain to solve their crisis or whatever. And so blockchains give us this ability for the first time in history to design these things and just be very transparent about the protocols and the rules and say, look, we don't even have the ability to print money. Only the people who bring the assets can print the money, and the protocol governs this.
Yeah, I think what really jumped out from Joseph's answer was we said people can choose to participate. Unless you have left whatever country you're from and came to America and fought to get citizenship, you have not chosen to participate. You're kind of just you just did. And I think that people should have the ability to opt in or opt out of their medium of exchange. And when it comes to whether we need some sort of military to protect this mythical state, I don't really have a problem paying for protection. I want to be safe. I just think it should be explicitly stated. Hey, I'm using this, and by using this, I'm making sure no one comes into my house and robs me. Just transparency and the ability to opt in and opt out.
All right. These are all great responses. No one actually got at how we would ensure population growth of these network states that are 90% men, but I'd like to posit my own response. I think harems should be allowed for the women that join them. But it'll be a somewhat sparing application.
We hear some clapping in the audience.
It's a light clap.
This is
Thank you.
I think you have a novel solution to the supply and demand problem here.
Can I do a small announcement? As we
yes,
wrap
you
up?
are. allowed to do that?
Thank you. So we're announcing today the Peaceful Money Alliance at peacefulmoney.org, and you can sign up now to be part of a new peaceful monetary system where we're planning to do peaceful ratings and rate different currencies based on their peacefulness, and more things from there. So peacefulmoney.org, and yeah, please sign up. Thank you.
We'll give a last-minute shill about our projects too. So
Yes, please.
if you want to see the best, coolest website ever made, go to letsgethigh.com, spelled H-A-I. The DMT elves will greet you, and yeah, it's pretty fun. Got an open dollar shill?
OpenDollar.com. It's awesome.
There we go.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, you guys. This was super fun for me. We'll see you all later.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abdul Rahman, and the title of my talk for today is implementing compliance in DeFi. So I wanted to start with a definition first for DeFi, or what genuine DeFi means. And I think everybody's aware of this. This is just a slight review as we sort of set the stage for how we can implement compliance. Users engage in self-directed transactions. They maintain independent control. The transactions occur on-chain. And one thing that's key here is really the punchline is decentralized infrastructure without compromising user privacy. So really the theme of the talk today is, can we apply what we understand as compliance to DeFi without infringing upon a user's privacy or by violating what privacy is as we understand it? So now that we've set the stage of sort of what we're going to talk about, I think it's important that we motivate why we need this to happen. And so I'll just say in blunt terms, DeFi and crypto has been seriously victimized by many, many bad actors over the past 10, 15 years, and continues to be. As you can see, the uptick from 2021 to 2022, in 2023, and hopefully not in 2024, where a lot of DeFi protocols, crypto infrastructure, et cetera, was really been the victim of large-scale theft, which possibly could have been prevented by both a combination of security controls along with compliance. So even though compliance is not the end-all be-all, it's not the actual complete answer, it is part of the solution for what we want to look at. And what motivates this, and I could have built this slide with like about 50 different things, but I just chose the top 6 hacks. And the only thing that I really want to point out is recency and dollar amount. So these are not things like $40 out of the ATM. These are 9-figure transactions where very, very sophisticated nation states, advanced persistent threats have targeted weak infrastructures, poor security controls, lack of compliance to basically make away with a lot of good people's hard-earned money. And when that happens, the government gets involved. And typically, what's happened over the past 60 years in central exchanges, there have been more emphasis on compliance. And so even though this is not the end-all be-all and central exchanges do get hacked, I think for what we all can agree on today, we lack some key aspects in our current community that we could make do with. So this is the why, right? So now we want to talk a little bit more about what is our current understanding of this. So hopefully everybody is not allergic to this slide or it gets completely run off. I don't see anyone running away immediately. But what we mean by compliance is really alignment with the Banking Secrecy Act. And the Banking Secrecy Act is older than me. It's been around President Nixon, 1970. And so I wanted to basically focus on, instead of talking about its long history, what are the core elements to be in compliance or in alignment with BSA? Number 1, you need a compliance officer. You need a human being that's responsible for compliance for your project, your infrastructure. Number 2, you have to build risk assessments. You have to complete them. Number 3, you have to have policies and procedures related to anti-money laundering, AML. You have to maintain and monitor this program. And you have to implement customer due diligence, which is the equivalent of going to a bank account and getting KYC'd, giving your driver's license, and so forth. Now, if you look at the previous slide, where a lot of money has been made off and more will probably happen, the actual controls for security along with compliance may not stop everything, but according to what we have today, we lack a lot of infrastructure on the compliance and security side that could help thwart this. However, in order to apply compliance to this, the current state of affairs is that we would sacrifice privacy. Okay, so I was originally just going to have the figure here with no words to kind of illustrate how do you launder money, right? And so the idea around laundering money is essentially a person uses a series of intermediaries to convert from one form of currency to another, hands this off to another person that really does something in an opposite direction, right? And so for anti-money laundering, you want to essentially address concealing funds acquired through illicit means. And some of these illicit means do harm to individuals, do harm to critical infrastructure and key resources, whether it's transportation, food, and water. These institutions, these financial institutions today use KYC heavily to really vet individuals that show up into the ecosystem. And then finally, this Anti-Money Laundering Act, which is in alignment with BSA that I mentioned previously, is about identifying, tracking, and reporting transactions. So a key element for compliance that I mentioned in addition to the previous 5 is you want to be able to have some kind of monitoring program for transactions. So this is key as we move forward. So really the first sort of hypothesis we have is, can we arrive at genuine DeFi without sort of compromising an individual's privacy? Wall of text, I've been sort of criticized on this, but there's a couple things that you should know that are key. I put these in a different sort of font. When you see currency exchanges, it means custody. When you see administrator or administration, it means issuing and redeeming. And if ever you take custody of a currency or you issue and redeem it, in other words, you wrap a token, what the current compliance infrastructure in the US says today is you need to register as a money service business or a money transmitting business. And this is interesting because today there's a lot of projects that have not done that. And so typically, as we've seen sanctioned in the first few slides, where there were 6 different hacking attempts, those particular projects may not have been as rigorously involved in both security controls and compliance from this perspective. Travel rule compliance, 2019, FinCEN issued guidance stating this travel rule applies to what we'll call virtual currency transactions. So this is not fiat currency. This is something that is the equivalent of fiat, which is virtual currency. And whether you decide to take custody of it or you issue or redeem it, this travel rule is applicable. And this anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism regulations are all under this notion of Banking Secrecy Act. And so customer due diligence, monitoring transactions, report suspicious activities, and compliance. So these are some of the ingredients that you need to achieve compliance. FATF recommendations, guidance basically suggesting that virtual assets and VASPs aligned with BSA. And so there are gray areas here that have to be negotiated. But if you're all the way to the left, meaning you're not even doing any of these things, you're operating on risk, and likely the security controls for your project are probably not going to be capable of withstanding nation state or APT type of attacks. It was suggested that maybe we talk a little bit about some attempts, right? So in the box on the left, what I've tried to do is gather the requirements for compliance, right? And so in simple terms, if we were to list these out, we talked about MSB, we talked about anti-money laundering program, we talked about reporting, we talked about sharing customer information for transactions that are a certain amount. In the US, if you go into the bank and you try to withdraw or deposit over $10,000, they write an SAR for you, or basically you need to register with the government. You have to conduct customer due diligence, KYC and KYT. So how do you conduct these things from a requirement side on compliance without infringing on privacy in the context of genuine DeFi? And so there have been several projects that made these attempts in the past, and what they've done is they have either built up restricted liquidity pools, or they have empowered tokenization, or they have different kind of app chain services. But the key thing here is protecting transactions, validating transactions to determine whether it's suspicious, and being able to intersect that with enough KYC to maintain genuine DeFi. So there is a path, even though it's small, where you can actually maintain genuine DeFi while also preserving privacy. And so as I kind of round out, I've kind of highlighted in red what are some of the key elements that you could include to achieve this balance, right? And this balance is achieved really by maybe leveraging kind of intelligence software to provide near real-time risk assessments, overseeing exposure, SDN lists, OFAC lists, and other lists for money laundering, fraud, and other things, enabling screening of risk exposure. A lot of the compliance regulations are about assessing risk. Again, implementing continuous monitoring, looking at transaction flow, evaluating transaction flow, assessing it, determining if there's a risk score associated with transactions. And then once you do that, once you've assessed that a transaction is suspicious, do you have the capabilities within your tech, or can you partner with groups or projects that can dynamically update whether individuals have good transactions or potentially are commingling with bad transactions? And this is really this notion of what are called association sets, which are fundamentally white and black lists. And they give you the ability to mitigate risk of commingling suspicious funds in very unique ways. So these are some of the elements that compliance would need to bring to the table, intermingled with technology and DeFi today, from a technical perspective, that could help us to achieve what we're talking about in the long run of bringing more rigorous compliance while maintaining genuine DeFi. And finally, I've achieved the end. I wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions if there are any. Please do ask. Yes. Great. That's a great question. So Oxbow provides DeFi guardrails. We are an association set provider. Right now, we are presently integrated with privacy pools. This week, privacy pools will be achieved on mainnet. Privacy pools consists of several components: a relayer, a contract, and an ASP. And the ASP is the whitelisting and blacklisting function. And essentially, as transactions are about to be relayed into the DeFi ecosystem, they are passed to Oxbow, where we determine the suspiciousness or risk assessment of those particular transactions, and then provide that information to the relayer. And based upon whether they are suspicious or not, we add them to an inclusion list, or we add them to an exclusion list. And this type of transaction flow analysis is the first of its kind in the industry. So we're the first company that's really the ASP that's out there, first really trying to push the envelope. Yes? That's a great question. Okay, it's telling me I got 7 minutes, so I'm going to use like a minute or two for this one. If you subtract out the fear of going to prison, and I found out yesterday what prison means. Prison means going to an establishment that's not your house over a year, right? Jail is under a year. If you remove all of those things, right, and you look at sort of the legal framework that exists for things like taking custody, right, where you basically want to move a currency from one place to another via a relayer, or you do administration like you wrap a token, you have to register as a money service business, which immediately means that you need to pay for, hire, and support and nurture a compliance team to do all of the auditing and logging that I mentioned. Now, from a technical perspective, right, maintaining a relayer or wrapping tokens are things that technical teams are doing in spades. There are plenty of projects doing that. However, the ability for native Web3 applications, decentralized exchanges, or protocols to interact with Oxbow, we have to become a money service broker, a money service provider, money transmitting business, in order to wrap a token legitimately so that other protocols and dexes can use it. So the main gap is the time it takes and the effort it takes to become an MSB to be legitimate without the fear of going to prison in order to do that. I don't think that there are extensive technical challenges. I think it's really balancing the compliance part with the continuous monitoring, with what you need to do to nurture and sustain a money service business compliance team. And that really is in a situation, for example, and I don't know if it's really been done, but how do you file a SAR in crypto? How do you do something like that? Someone's going to move around 10 ETH, right? That's like 30K. I got to file a SAR for them. Well, is there an automatic way to do that? And do people really want to do that? So legitimately, what does that mean? And so working with the government means kind of dealing with, and I said that there, the BSA is 1970. It's older than me. So, part of that is really trying to get a clear understanding of what is enough while not, issuing this, privacy issue. Essentially, to kind of, go further, not everybody wants to KYC that wants to come into the ecosystem. No one wants to scan in their, driver's license. So this gets to the use of, within Oxbow, we're using zero knowledge proofs to essentially support the privacy pool ecosystem for whitelisting and blacklisting. And we think that going down this path is necessary, right? If you looked at like the third slide, there's 6 major hacks over 420 million. That's not like a movie. It's not like Netflix and chill kind of money. That's serious cash, and that represents a lot of people's potential earned money. But just think of its situation where it's someone's retirement or another organization that wants to put their 401k into DeFi. How would they go about doing it? They need to have a mechanism that's compliant. So I know I gave you the kitchen sink. I still got 3.5 minutes, so more questions. Yes. It's a great question, and I won't waste my precious time telling you that I'm an expert on GDPR and others, but one of my colleagues, if we meet out in the back, we could talk a little bit more about that. But essentially, from a GDPR perspective, data privacy officer, same type of things, we have almost, I don't want to say exact parity, but we have things that are equivalent. I don't want to say they're completely apples to apples, but if we crack the code on continuous monitoring of transactions to mitigate risk, we have the ability to do auditing, monitoring, archiving, reporting. I think we have enough, but there will be gaps. And so we could probably talk about it after, but I don't want to blow smoke or anything. Thank you. And I was told to prepare for someone asking me a question about Europe, but I summarily, blew it off. I apologize for that. Okay, I got 2.5 minutes. We've been getting some softballs. Any more questions? This is a meme, by the way, that wanted to be private, so that's my meme for this. So I just want to say thanks to Amin for this. The jacket's really dope, too. Thanks, everybody.
Testing, testing. Cool. Hey, everyone. I'm Taras Wanjansky. I'm from Sydney, Australia. So can I just apologize first and foremost about my Australian accent. Hopefully I talked slow enough and easy for you guys to understand. I'm CTO of Oxbow.io. You probably have heard our CEO, Abdul Rahman, speak on stage about an hour ago. I'm glad there's still some audience left after all that talk about compliance. I'm here to talk about the interesting stuff, which is defending on-chain privacy with ASPs. I'm going to be assuming that most of you guys don't know what an ASP is. But before I'll go into details about that and what Oxbow does, let me just start with some respect about the intersection of decentralization and privacy. I personally think that you can't achieve decentralization without privacy. I think privacy is an innate feature of decentralization itself. And here at Oxbow, we recognize that the future of the internet is a vision of decentralized infrastructure where privacy is a public good. But just like every private or public network, your network at home, network as if Denver, we all need a firewall, and we definitely need a VPN as well, especially if you're in China. So what does that mean? Well, right now, privacy protocols do not solve a lot of the on-chain problems we have. This is an excellent work done by Zach XPT. I think this happened last year, the year before, where he traced the source of funds from North Korean Harmony hack, where funds went from Tornado Cash, which is a privacy protocol, all the way to Railgun, and somehow he has done an excellent work tracing it back to exchanges. Well, there are three problems in this diagram here. One, the privacy protocols did not stop any of the source of funds. Two, the privacy protocols, both Railgun and Tornado Cash, did not report the flow of funds. And three, both protocols did not provide enough privacy to anonymize the source of funds. Now, these are not the main problems. The main problem is that with the current investment being made into privacy tech and the ever-growing talent pool that we have right now working in the privacy industry, I believe that in 4 to 6 months' time, we have this magical marriage between ZK privacy and FHE. And the problem with that is that in this scenario, this becomes a complete black box. And it's going to make someone like Zach XPT lives a lot harder. And I don't need to say anymore that, if regulators are going to see this, they're going to probably crap their pants, right? And they'll do absolutely anything to stop from this happening. So what is Oxbow's interest in this space? Well, to make it simple, we want to defend the future of on-chain privacy. We want to protect the investments made into privacy technology, and we want to protect the life or livelihoods of all the contributors of privacy tech. And last and most importantly, we want to protect the rights of privacy in Web 3.0. Well, how do we do this? Well, in September 2023, Vitalik and Amin, both that we are actually working closely with. Amin has a project called Privacy Pool, and Akram from Chainway is working hard to implement that to mainnet. They both released this paper, September 2023, talking about how to achieve or how to practice due diligence for privacy system. What they've introduced is a novel but a very simple way for privacy protocol to exercise its due diligence and ensure that privacy is only guaranteed to good actors. I won't go into too much detail, but if you know how Tornado Cash works, when you make a deposit into a Tornado Cash pool, that creates a UTXO. When you do a withdrawal, that's when privacy is guaranteed. You submit a ZK proof of balance to a relay, and the relay then proceeds with the withdrawal. Well, what Privacy Pool does, it extends this a little bit further by adding another proof, which is what we call a proof of innocence. And what this is proving that your set of deposits are members of a more restrictive association set. Who is providing this association set? Well, experts. That's us as the association set provider. The members of our association set are deposits that we have audited through a very lengthy reviewing process, either by third-party vendors or credible or I guess, experts in that space. And then what you do is if you want to produce a proof of innocence, you just pull our association set, get your set of deposits, generate a membership proof with an association set, and then provide that as a relayer. So this is a very high-level technical view of what essentially happens. On withdrawal, the user generates both the proof of innocence and proof balance through us, through ASP, and then provides that the relayer. And that guarantees confidence for the relayer that they are not facilitating any criminal activity. Just to do a little quick demonstration of our association set. So right now, this is one of the privacyable contract on a testnet. We go over to just a sample transaction. This is the essentially DXO. We hash that. We forward that to our reviewing process. And based on the reports that we aggregate, we either put that in our inclusion set or exclusion set. So exclusion set means that we've traced that source of funds to criminal activity. Inclusion set means that it's all clean. If you want to get an entire set related to the pool, you can, the Web 2 way of doing things, okay, that's all a bit blurry, isn't it? Is there a way to make this sharper? Okay, cool. You just simply call our API, specify what contract it is, and that generates pretty much our association set that includes everything that's inclusion set. If you want to know what's in the exclusion set, so what we have rejected, there you go. Those are the transactions that have been rejected. Okay, cool. So let's say you have a set of hashes of your deposits, and you want to create an association set with your own deposits. You can specify it in the hash set. So those are my deposit hashes. I want this to be a union. I want this to be a random set with seeded of 20 extra transactions, so that increases my anonymous set. And to add that even more, I want this to pin this to IPFS and put this on chain. So if I send it, that'll go into our backend, we'll generate the set for you. There we go. So that's the association set with 20 random hashes, including my deposit hashes. And right at the bottom here is the transaction hash when we put that on chain. Currently, we're live. Our association sets are living in the ZK EVM testnet. So if I go to the transaction, and we go to the logs, that's the Merkle root of the set. That's just a generated UID of the set. And this is the IPFS hash for the generated association set. Now here, containing all the data for you to construct the Merkle tree and verify everything. And this includes all the records or all the elements that are part of the association set, including your own deposit as well. So then by generating a membership proof of your deposit to this association set, then you can produce a proof of innocence. The sets are also living on our chain as well. So you can specify with the MTID all the elements, all the hashes related to that set, and also identify if a certain element or a certain hash existed in an association set. So hypothetically, you can also generate your association set on chain. So where to next? Well, there are three key areas that we're looking into right now. So one is sophisticated on-chain analysis. We want to cut down the time to decide on a transaction with high level of confidence. That involves us incorporating KYC to a certain degree, plus working also with digital identities. Right now, we're working with Polygon ID to achieve that. We want to work also in predicting intents, so understanding the intents of users entering into privacy pools. And we're also working with notable names and vendors in the space to achieve this. So let you imagine around while, you probably can guess who we're working with. Second key areas, we want to focus on data availability and accessibility. So we want to make sure that we can generate and verify association sets and also verify proof of innocence rather quickly and easily. I've just seen a lot of our data is on chain, but we're also involved IPFS storage as well. We're looking at also integrating with a P2P PubSub encrypted channels. So we're looking at integrating with Waku on that. And maybe, I mean, it's still up to debate, maybe roll out an L0 and L2 as well for it. And last, we're also focusing on trust and transparency. So Oxbow is right now paving the way for decentralized ASPs. So we are looking into creating a generalized framework in which you can establish trust and transparency for ASPs. And by doing that, we're tackling the question on how can we verify that an ASP is not censoring valid transactions or is not in front for criminal organization. So we start off by generating ZK proofs to verify that the decision around rejecting or approving a deposit is based on a set of verifiable audit reports, such as from chain analysis or TRM, and transparent set of criteria. So right now we're working with Succeed SP1's ZK VM SDK for that. So I'm going to end my talk with these two statements. I see ASPs as critical in defending on-chain privacy. And I see ASPs also critical in protecting the future of decentralization. So if you want to work with us or you want us to integrate with you, please reach out to us via our website or via my Twitter. We're also hiring. I mean, we need incredible talent as well working in the space. So please also reach out to us for that. Thank you. Okay, any questions? No? Okay, cool.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. Today, I'm going to talk about a hot topic that I've heard all throughout the week at ETH Denver, which is really around AI and Web3. And for those that may not know, I am the founding officer of a project called the Filecoin Foundation. We do long-term governance of the Filecoin network, and we are also the largest decentralized storage network in the world. And so we definitely want to talk about what we're doing in this topic, but also why it's more important than ever to have decentralized storage when we think about the growth in AI. So first off, what you see behind me is actually a map of all of our data centers around the world. The way that our decentralized storage network works is we have 3,300 storage providers today in every single continent that are running their own storage operation. These can be 100-person operations, huge data centers, some with even more security than going through the airport, and others are more mom and pop shops, people who want to really think about storing local data and doing so that doesn't really belong in big tech. So this is just to show the scale of our data centers worldwide. And why AI? Well, for those that are not as familiar, AI is growing at an absurdly large rate. Enterprises are adopting AI. By 2030, we're looking at a 34% growth and a huge market out there. In fact, around, I think, 11.4 billion. So this is, I think it's worth even more today from that 2021 statistic behind me. Why is storage so important? Well, this is a pretty obvious answer. Data is the fuel of AI. Today, the more data a model is trained out of, the more accurate an AI data set is, right? When you are thinking about use cases out there, we want to make sure that the data most AI is trained on is coming from verified sources. And so this is, these are critical reasons why decentralized storage is so important, because we can really take the cryptographic proof used in blockchain to determine where troves of data today originate, how and where data is stored. We have the ability to prove where it's being stored and when it's being altered, who can access them and for how long, as well as also evaluate how AI models are leveraging this data. And there are really three advantages to Filecoin that I will go through today. The first is really the scale and cost. Today, AI is very, very expensive to compute, but also we're using more data than ever, and that storage cost is also really high. It's a barrier for a lot of companies today to innovate if they're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars on their AWS bill every month. The second I'm going to talk about is trust through our proof of storage mechanism. And then third is really resilience to monopoly ownership. Who here has had to pay Apple more and more dollars every month because you've run out of storage? And I don't know what that number will be when we're 50 or 100 years from now, but I'm sure that data costs will continue to be higher and higher. And so we definitely want to make sure that people are also storing their data in a place that isn't really hard to recover and something that users can afford to access at any point in time. So I did want to talk about first just the scale of the amount of data that AI produces at any point. On the left, you see self-driving cars. If you have ever visited San Francisco recently, you'll see that these cars are everywhere. But if you guys don't know this, each self-driving car produces around 1.4 terabytes of data per hour. And that is around 5.8 petabytes per year, just one car alone. If there are traffic accidents or issues that happen, and this actually happened in San Francisco, local officials will want to see that data. They want to see where the cars are trained off of, right? So we're really talking about real-world use cases today where storing and archiving data is really critical for all kinds of innovation in AI. And then on the right, obviously, a lot of products in AI like ChatGPT, they are trained off of tons of different models and data sets. And storing that definitely takes a lot of storage and compute power. And this brings me to why Filecoin, or why decentralized storage solutions. Filecoin is really built to scale with AI. today, like I said before, we are the largest storage network out there. We have around 7.1 exabytes of available storage, and we're only growing as we have more and more storage providers enter our ecosystem. So that is enough to train ChatGPT around 15 million times. But you can also imagine the businesses built on AI that will need that storage and compute power. The other thing about AI is trust in AI is actually declining. We were just at Davos 2 months ago, where we met with a number of policymakers and people that are not necessarily crypto native, but they're also not technology native. And they are so scared about AI because it's really hard to trust. In fact, 61% of people today are worried about trusting AI. We've seen scam phone calls by AI today. There's been a lot of other use cases like deepfakes that really make people wary about using or interfacing with AI. And only 1 in 2 people actually think the benefits of AI outweigh the risks. So this is where the trust layer really comes in. How do we actually make sure that it's safe and safe enough that we can trust? So one unique aspect of Filecoin is we have something known as proof of storage, which really proves that data is being stored somewhere, and that is being actually checked every 24 hours. So this is something that has allowed us to really verify where data is coming from and how it's being altered over time. On the right, you can see here, this is actually a project that we funded around 1.5 years ago. A group called Starling Lab at Stanford University was using our technology to really make sure that journalists and everyday citizen journalists on the ground in Ukraine, they can actually use photos around what's happening in the war and let that photograph be evidence used in international criminal court one day. And as you guys may be aware of, disinformation, misinformation has been online for a while now, and most people want to make sure that they can prove that an image is what it is, and that it wasn't taking photos from a war from 20 years ago and repurposing that in front of a headline. So those are just use cases of our technology, but also all kinds of decentralized storage, why it's so powerful than ever, because people don't necessarily know what to trust anymore. They don't know if an image has been altered or if it's generated completely by AI, and we can actually prove this out. And we are working with a ton of different startups and companies to do exactly just that. The other aspect is transparency and provenance. And so this is a big debate in AI right now over models and making sure those models are open and accessible by everyone. Today, we store the largest decentralized network of open and public data to date. And we want to make sure that we can also keep different AI models open so that people can check for the safety portions of what models are being run out of. Here's just a couple of examples of data stored today on Filecoin. We've worked with a lot of groups like CERN, NASA. We are actually backing up MIT open learning data. So we really believe that a lot of content today needs to be free and accessible for everyone. And so those are just a couple of examples. A lot of these institutions you see behind me, they will have to spend normally a ton of money to just back up data that they want to offer to the public. And so this is why having a decentralized network and also the cost being a fraction of AWS or other centralized providers really allows us to also be able to offer data as a public good to everyone using it in the internet. So the third point I want to make is data today is owned in the handful. Most of the data we see and use today is owned by 4 major companies. I think all of you guys know who they are. And this is only going to get worse with AI. All the major AI companies today actually have a large stake invested by most of big tech. And this is really, really scary. I mean, Amazon put in $4 billion for Anthropic. As you guys are well aware, Microsoft has a huge investment in OpenAI. And we also see this as well in a lot of AI companies being owned by China, right? And so this is really scary because these companies will have more and more of our data ever before, and sometimes this is not always the most visible to most users. And by having a decentralized storage network, we do allow and make sure that the data that you want to store is actually accessible by the users that want to store it, and also being able to prove that. And there is a lot of risk for centralization of AI. If you guys remember on the left, a few years ago, an incident called Cambridge Analytica took place where Facebook was using a ton of data, and companies were taking advantage of this to really target users for election security. And there is also a question of, is there another Cambridge Analytica in the age of AI that will happen, right? So we definitely want to make sure that AI can be decentralized as much as possible, and also not necessarily in the hands of just a handful of companies. And so I've already touched about this, but decentralized storage networks allow for a lot of resiliency to data ownership. All of our storage providers are like mini entrepreneurs around the world, and they can really design data storage to be enterprise grade in terms of storage. They can design particular areas of storage to be only accessible by a few people. They can determine the time that data is stored, right? So this is really, really amazing to have a network of different people be able to be storage providers. And I wanted to also talk about something really exciting we've been working on as an ecosystem the last 2 or 3 years, is really decentralized compute. Beyond just AI training models, today compute and compute power is actually facing a supply chain problem. NVIDIA and a number of companies, they have to wait months, if not years, to even get the right parts to grow and meet the demands of what most companies need for compute. And when we think about having a global network of data centers, it really solves the problem of not necessarily having those hardware having to be localized in a particular part of the world. In fact, you can have it almost anywhere. And so I wanted to leave with a couple of quotes here. You guys can read it yourself, but a ton of people definitely are bullish on decentralized storage, decentralized compute, and we truly believe that Filecoin is going to be a market leader in really thinking about the next generation of AI as we think about the challenges that AI faces when it comes to having all your data in the hands of just a few companies. So thank you so much. I'll stay around to answer any questions. I don't know if there's any, and I think I have some extra time. So any questions from the audience? And if folks want to keep in touch, my email is on this first slide. So definitely reach out if you're interested in collaborating, working with us, and thank you so much for having me.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Doug Petkanics. I'm the founder of a project called Livepeer, which is a DePIN infrastructure network that's been building the world's open video infrastructure for the last 7 years, one of the longest running DePIN projects. And if anyone saw the previous talk, I'm going to talk about a similar topic, something I care deeply about, which is the sort of importance of opening up and decentralizing access to artificial intelligence. And I'm going to talk about why that's really critically important right now. We're in an important moment. And I'm going to talk about how crypto networks or DePIN networks actually are a critical part of the solution to doing that. A lot of people this week have been wondering, what do crypto and AI have to do with one another? Is it just a meme? Is it crypto's search for a narrative? Is it a pivot? I'm going to make the case that it's not. I'm going to make the case that it's not the total solution, but that decentralized technologies and blockchain networks can be a really pivotal impact into decentralizing artificial intelligence. I'm going to talk about sort of 2 reasons why it's really important. One is the risk of regulatory capture that prevents access to decentralized projects, international projects, startups from having access to artificial intelligence, one of the most transformative technologies of our generation. And I'm going to talk about the lack of access to the compute that's necessary in order to actually train AI models, run AI inference to anyone outside of the big tech monopoly players. First, I think we can all acknowledge, if you've been paying attention, artificial intelligence is accelerating at a rapid pace. If you look back just 18 months ago, you would see a lot of this stuff didn't exist. And then late in 2022, consumers first experienced interacting with large language models, or LLMs, through OpenAI's release of ChatGPT, where you could type a prompt, ask a question, and have a chatbot type experience that accessed the world's information and can engage with you and give you answers, and how interactive that would be. And then right around that same time, and sort of following very quickly, was the introduction of kind of image generation diffusion models, which introduced heavier and heavier forms of media beyond just text. And you can type prompts, generate images, and you can see how that's changing the world of design and creativity. These things require a pretty significant amount of compute, but can still be performed pretty quickly. GPUs can give you an answer to a text query in hundreds of milliseconds. They can generate images for you in seconds with the turbo models, or maybe 30 seconds of GPU compute time in some of the more advanced models. But recently, you're seeing this accelerate even faster to heavier forms of media, and you're seeing really mind-blowing things like what OpenAI released with Sora just a week and a half ago, where you can type a prompt and they can generate 10, 20, 60-second videos just from the prompt. And this was really inspiring to the world, and it was really eye-opening in terms of how much it's going to change entertainment, creativity, content production. Tyler Perry, one of the most successful media moguls of our generation, saw this and literally canceled a $700 million investment into his Hollywood production studio, because he said, we need to pause and we need to rethink how AI is going to change and reshape video creation before we go and throw our money toward the old school way of developing things. This power doesn't come for free, though, in terms of compute. I mentioned it takes maybe 30 seconds to generate a beautiful image using AI. To generate a 30-second movie might take an hour of GPU compute time. And anyone who's actually tried to pay for and access GPU compute right now knows how expensive it is and how much of a shortage there is. This is reflected really heavily in the price of one company's stock, NVIDIA, and by the revenue that NVIDIA, the company that makes all of these high-performance GPUs for AI training and inference, the revenue they're generating each quarter. What you see here is this quarter alone, they generated $18 billion of revenue selling data center GPUs for AI training, half of which was bought by 4 big tech companies: Amazon, Google, Facebook, and Microsoft. And this is only accelerating because these video generation models, which are the heaviest of anything we've seen, aren't even available to the public to play with yet. And as they are, imagine the explosion in this. This curve isn't slowing down anytime soon. So this shows how much demand there is for compute. What it doesn't highlight is how limited access is to anyone outside of big tech cloud companies that have to buy $100 million purchases to access this compute from NVIDIA. That's just simply not accessible to the rest of us. And that's where I'm going to connect the dots to how decentralized technologies and blockchain networks actually matter a lot in making sure that we have democratized access to this transformative technology. The first reason I'm going to hit on, and this is kind of ties to why now we're in a really important moment in terms of making sure that we ensure access, is that open and decentralized access is actually at risk due to regulatory actions being taken. Here in the United States, the president has signed an executive order already. It's already in effect that regulates how startups can interact with AI, or how companies can interact with AI. It contains a bunch of sort of draconian primitives, including that infrastructure as a service providers that want to provide AI inference have to do KYC on their users, and they have to actually report foreign nationals that are trying to use AI inference in their data centers. It says that there's actually regulations that you can't train models of certain sizes without complying with 6 different government agencies, and that the size of the models is defined by how many floating point operations you need in order to train it, which is just an arbitrary number chosen by the government at this early stage of AI iteration. Anyone who's tried to build a startup, a decentralized tech project, a hack, do anything innovative, knows that you certainly don't have the time or the money to comply with 6 different government agencies and wait for permission from the Secretary of Agriculture before you can innovate in the AI space. And this is going to be challenged. It's going to be fought in the courts. But we need to make our voices heard, and we need to create unstoppable platforms that sort of render this regulation less relevant to early stage innovators right now. This whole thing is not just the government alone. They're being influenced by the big tech companies who have already spent billions of dollars training their models, creating proprietary products, and sort of owning access. They want to own access to the space. They have lobbyists and they have law firms and in-house lawyers at hand that they can pay to do the compliance with these agencies. And that actually creates a moat because no startup challengers, no innovators, no individual hackers have the ability to pay and wait and comply with sort of arbitrary draconian restrictions. And it's really important that the open source AI movement and decentralized tech communities represent solutions, not just for regulatory reasons, but also for the second reason, which is to ensure that there's open access to this important technology. Elon Musk highlighted, GPUs are harder to get right now than drugs. I don't know if it's a super high bar, but it's still, it's a true statement. Why is this? You have companies like Meta who just are committing to spending $10 billion to NVIDIA to order the highest density compute units, the H100s. They say they're going to buy 350,000 of them. I think, a couple weeks ago, they just announced they just bought 60,000 of them. These are the same machines that you can't get access to through the clouds because they're being sold out and reserved by these big tech companies. And while that may be the case, it's an open marketplace, NVIDIA can sell to who they want to, there's tons of idle compute out there in data centers for use cases like gaming, rendering, video encoding, that all can be put to use on open and decentralized marketplaces to train AI models, to perform inference, to do things like generate images, generate videos, run LLMs for chatbot communication. And all you need is sort of the right protocols to coordinate them and the right incentives to bring that capacity online. And that's actually the big opportunity that decentralized physical infrastructure networks that are blockchain coordinated have. They can create DePIN infrastructures that allow AI training and inference at scale, and they allow for a place to run open models that are not censored, that are not biased, that are not dictated by the interest of big tech advertising models or big tech sort of legal or regulatory restrictions. For those of you who don't know a lot about DePIN networks, it kind of describes a category of blockchain-based projects that coordinate real-world infrastructure. It can be things like mobile access points in the Helium network, automotive car sensor data in networks like DEMO, or in this case, large networks of GPUs or graphical processing units, which are used for AI compute. These networks have a couple superpowers that actually, the game has changed via crypto across, a number of vectors that matter: scale, reliability, cost, and access. I think the biggest superpower actually comes in scale, and it comes from the ability for these networks to bootstrap the entire supply side using crypto economic incentives prior to there being demand. That's really powerful. If you didn't have crypto, you didn't have blockchain, and you didn't have incentives, if you were to try to compete with Amazon Web Services, you would have to invest billions of dollars to buy data centers, buy tons of hardware from NVIDIA, buy the bandwidth, build software orchestration layers on top, a huge, ambitious, and risky undertaking. With crypto incentives, where you're actually making infrastructure providers owners in your network through distributing tokens to them in the early days, and you're not doing it for your own centralized control and profit, but you're saying those who bring the infrastructure are actually the owners of the network, as long as you show up and you're available, make your capacity available, you actually can see super scaled networks of GPUs show up available for your use case as the demand is ramping up, because their sort of compensation is in this sort of speculative bet that they believe this network will be useful in the future, and they want to be a big owner in it because they'll receive the fees that are coming in the future. And this is not made up. We've been doing this at Livepeer for 6 years. We have a huge network of thousands of GPUs that do video transcoding. I'll get to that. And it's existed across many other DePIN networks as well, and we're going to apply it to AI. The fact that these networks are open, anyone can put compute on them, and they compete on price to do jobs, means that you actually get the lowest cost possible. You have node operators competing with their idle hardware that's not otherwise being used to say, I'll charge a lower price because I want to get the job and earn this additional revenue. And so for video encoding, you see that the Livepeer network is 10 to 50 times more cost effective than what you would see in public clouds. And that's going to be really powerful for this super heavy form of compute where you need hours of GPU time to generate videos, images, et cetera. So excited about that. These networks can be reliable when they're that cost effective because you can afford redundancies, you reduce single points of failure, and of course, you have open access, which allows you to train and run inference on open models, allows people to pay as they go instead of having to reserve capacity months in advance like you do with the clouds. And it enables people to build personal agents, personal LLMs, free from the biases that you're seeing in products like Google Gemini that are trying to be sort of subject to the interests of Google or the mainstream or the advertisers that don't want to disrupt Google's traditional business model. So as I mentioned, Livepeer is an example of this in practice when it comes to video encoding. Excited to bring these same capabilities to AI. Global network of thousands of GPUs. We transcode over 3 million unique minutes of video per week. That means at any given moment, hundreds of video streams are flowing through the platform and delivered to viewers at a significant scale, 3 million minutes of video watched per day across hundreds of applications built on the network. Excited to bring generative video to the network in the next couple of weeks and months, actually. This is not just made up non-real crypto stuff. It's powering real use cases that millions of people connect with every day. There was a concert last week on the Lot Radio, one of our users, with Fred again and Lil Yachty. Skrillex has been on there through that platform. So it's actually, you've onboarded millions of users to crypto without them realizing that there's anything crypto related. It's being used under the hood to power and coordinate these networks. On the left here, you see fishtank.live, a hugely popular internet TV show, had millions of viewers, generated millions of dollars in subscriptions in order to watch a real-world style show, huge with the Reddit crowd. all powered through a cost-effective infrastructure like Livepeer, in addition to powering many of the leading Web3 social and video and media applications as well. Quick slide about how we're going to bring AI compute onto the network. We're going to use a subnet type model where anyone running an AI node can submit AI jobs to node operators running AI nodes to use their GPUs to perform this compute. But all of this can piggyback off of the Livepeer network, which has been running for 6 years for node discovery, security of compute, and payment of settlement of payments. So you don't have to have some ambitious pie-in-the-sky vision that's, we have to build everything all at once. We're going to use something robust that's been delivering value for 6 years. So like I said, excited in the next couple of weeks to bring these capabilities in the video-specific vertical where we think AI is going to change the world. Lastly, I just want to reemphasize, I'm really excited to be working on this. As a common theme this week across ETH Denver, the time is now to actually create these open and decentralized video infrastructures to avoid the regulatory capture, which is coming into effect in the next couple of months due to the Biden executive order, and to ensure that there's open models and open access to infrastructure so startups can develop on these things before the opportunity slips away and you have to go through the big tech gateways. So it's been really inspiring to see this really common theme across ETH Denver this year. I think the industry knows the time is now, knows how important it is, and everyone is really excited to run fast to work on this mission together. So thank you very much for listening to the talk today. I'll be around if anyone has any questions, but you can find us at livepeer.org. And if you want to scan this QR code, you can kind of sign up for updates on the AI video processing work that's coming soon. So thank you very much, everyone.